Check, check. Three. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Switch mic.
Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final day of racing action here in Alphasan for the Champions of the Future Academy program in 2025. Yesterday was a very busy day, but today is a brand new day under the sunshine here.
What does the track feel like? For the first qualifying session of today, then, it's Axel Nocom that puts it on pole for your juniors. Axel, you've started today just how you left yesterday. It was a win in the final. Now you're on pole position. Do you think that your confidence after that win is what's helped you out there just then?
Right now, I'm very happy to take pole position. It's a great start to the day, and now that gave me an extra confidence boost for the heats later on and for the final as well.
And Axel, the track out there, it looks like it's changed slightly. It looks a little bit slidey for you drivers when you're out there putting in those purple sectors. How did you manage the slide on the kart?
The slide, this track got a bit worse compared to yesterday, but I still managed to put in a good lap, so that's how I got pole.
Well, Axel, we'll see you in your qualifying heats on pole position. Well done.
Thank you.
Test, test, test. Testing for sound for interview with Achilles. Test, test, test. Testing for sound. Test, test, test. Interview with Achilles Peruzzi for Mini 60. All good? The last Mini 60 qualifying of the 2025 season then has been owned by Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles, great lap out there for you. The only driver in the field to get into that 59-second mark. That must feel great.
Oh, yeah, it was good. The kart felt quick, and I just pushed and I got 59.
And, you know, you were busy yesterday in the racing. It got exciting for you going into today, the heats. How do you think you're going to try and play this one against some big names in the field, names like Perico?
I don't care who they are, and they're just a number for me, and I'm just going to overtake them and go.
Well, Achilles, we'll see how that one plays out. Pole position in time qualifying. Test, test, test. Testing for sound check. Sound check for Marcus Shilkunis interview. Ready? It's a new day, but it's the same driver at the front for your OKN senior. Marcus Shilkunis, pole position in time qualifying. Are you going to give somebody else a go at the front at some point? Because, again, number one.
Yeah, it was a good lap, and we managed to make my best. So I hope we'll be same good also in the heats. So yeah.
And Marcus, you know, being out at the front, the championship for you, it's pretty relaxed now. You know that you've got that in your hands. Do you feel, you know, a lot calmer? You know, you're feeling like you've not got too much to get done today?
I will still to try to do my best, but yeah, for sure today we are more calm because everything is alright in the championship. So, but still, I will try to do my best, and yeah.
Well, Marcus, on the last day of 2025, pole position.
Thank you.
Welcome to Abu Dhabi, one of the world's true capitals of precision and performance. A city where motorsport isn't just entertainment, it's part of the engineering culture. From the iconic floodlights of the Yas Marina circuit to the elite training facilities scattered across the land, this is a place where drivers come to refine their craft under the relentless Gulf heat. After the last couple of days, I should say, we have been racing at the Al Fassan International Kart Track that has played host to round 6 of the Champions of the Future Academy program. Year of opening 2010. Event record set in time qualifying earlier on this morning. Marcus Shulkunis took it today with a 54.125, just fractionally faster than Dan Alleman's time yesterday. But the track itself, still a fantastic venue to go racing. 165 metres down that start-finish straight. It's then a short 80-metre run down towards turn number 10 out of the flat-out turn number 9. It's around 1,200 metres in total track length, 8 metres wide, and an elevation change of 5 metres as you climb uphill through the likes of turns 1 and 2, downhill through 3, back up through 4, and then all the way from turns 12 down to turn 17. It's all downhill from there. But that brings me very appropriately onto those turns. There are 17 of them in total, 11 to the right and 6 to the left. 3 of them are hairpins out there, and plenty of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, turns 3 and 4 at the start of those races. Turns 7 and 8, the downhill hairpin, turn 10, 12 and 16 and 17. That final chicane before that last run to the line, which saw some incredible photo finishes yesterday. Top speed drivers reaching that in towards turn number 10. They'll reach around 110 kilometres an hour. They'll average around 98 across the entirety of the lap, meaning it is a fast circuit, but also incredibly technical for the drivers to adhere to over the course of the very hot temperatures that we have had so far this week. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland once again in the commentary box for your listening delectation. Nicole Sutherland, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Nice little quote there from Talladega Nights that you were referring to last week over in our lane. Thanks very much then, Anthony. But, going into focusing on the racing today, final race day for the drivers out there. Final moments for them to try and impress, try and redeem themselves from earlier results where they feel like they maybe fell short, and final moments for championship battles to unfold. The biggest battle that will unfold today will be in our OKN Junior, who will go out for their first qualifying heat shortly. It will be started on that front row by Axel Nocom, who had a really strong day yesterday in our first run of heats and our first final of the week. There he is on your screen. Confidence boost for Nocom, I would say, and it's helped him and it's put him on the sharper end of the field again. Pole position in that time qualifying. Really good by Axel.
Indeed, he had to wait to the final round of the International Series to claim that final win, and with that took the fastest lap of the race as well. So staggering 51 points to his name, just bumped Nocom up to 9th in the title standings. But again, that could all change a little bit more over the course of the day. There is Sana Matsura, who as well yesterday took her first podium of the season, in the international season. Great qualifying for this young man here, Mitans Jain from India, front row of the grid. Incredible pace yesterday in those qualifying heats, and again has continued that pace over into today. There is a look at some of the hard-working marshals. Without the volunteer marshals and their passion and dedication to the sport, we certainly could not go racing, so we thank each and every one of them. There, Linus Peruzzi, pole sitter from yesterday, on that second row of the grid, got the inside line. Very quick yesterday, and I'm sure as well will be another to keep a very close eye on today.
Well, Peruzzi yesterday, like you said, pole position, replicated what he did a week ago over in Al-Ain, but did fall short in the racing, didn't manage to grab a podium. Yesterday, of course, it was Axel Nocom, Veer Chopra and Angelina Simmons that managed to get those all-important trophies. There is then the man and the legend of Martin Bean, race director, of course, stood on the gantry watching down on what will, of course, be your first qualifying heat of the racing. Martin will be looking at all 25 of our juniors, making sure that they're behaving, making sure that the racing is fair. And there they go then, three-step process to get those OKN junior karts fired up, sprung into life and off the grid.
Indeed, Gwen LaGrue there as well. Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Driver Development Advisor here at the track. He'll be watching over the course of the racing today, keeping an eye on if any young talents there are looking to be of interest. And unfortunately, one driver who is struggling to even get that kart out onto the track is the pilot number 20, Caracera from Mozambique, who is due to start this one 21st on the grid, but certainly struggling at this moment. But here is your grid. Axel Nocom and Mitan Shane on the front row of the grid. Leonidas Peruzzi and Zhu Haofei on row number 2. Victoria Farfus and Angelina Simmons go from row number 3. None of those top 6 there are in that title fight, and neither of them are in this one either. Tia Polican and Albert Tam go for row number 4. They'll see the likes of Julia Anglard and Didier Kreeft on row 5. Xavier Dukoski and Veer Chopra go from row number 6, with the first half of your field being Jan Michaleshko and Aran Qureshi.
It gets particularly interesting then from these rows backwards. Row number 8, Savile Kagay alongside Connor Clancy, who's fighting for a championship win. Row number 9, Elton Hedverse starting alongside Manny Nuvolini, who is the rival for that championship. So Clancy and Manny will be glued together going into that race start. Your top 20 is rounded out then by Alejandro Campos and Aaron Mason on the 10th row. And then from row number 11, it's Kayo Sarah and Emma Rose Dowling. 12 will be Julia Monlair and Salomon Piragua. And rounding out your 13 strong rows, Neil Nekamoosh will be all alone on P25.
Relatively calm start to the day in terms of weather. It's a nice, balmy 25 degrees right now. There was a lot of haze this morning from yesterday's celebrations of UAE Day. But today is a brand new one, and that has cleared now. The temperatures will rise just that fraction more as we're ready to go racing. Axel Nocom, final win yesterday, his first of the season, alongside Mitan Shane on the front row of the grid. Into the tram lines, it is lights out and fights on, and it's a solid start once again for the inside row. Keep an eye on Peruzzi, but it's not been a good start for two drivers at the back of the field. The 40 and the 72 have gone around. That's Aran Qureshi and Xavier Dukovsky that have collided at turn number 1. Both of them will try and get it restarted, but it's somewhat of an uphill battle at turn 1 to get it re-going. The rest of the field now heading down and through turn number 7 and in towards turn 8. It's a good front for the top runners there, as Albert Tam is just slotting in behind. And unfortunately for the pilot of Xavier Dukoski, he goes no further in this race.
Well, Mitaj Chain now could be under a bit of trouble out there. Still out in the front, of course, started on the front row going into this race, but Oz is under investigation for pushing for that white line. The drivers will head out of the last couple of corners, though, to complete their first lap. Your number 1 is led. The driver out in the front, Axel Nocom, 3/10 clear from Leonidas Peruzzi. Angelina Simmons up into P3, ahead of Ji Haofei and Theo Policand, who rounds out your top 5. Victoria Farfus trying to gain that position back. Farfus had a good qualifying P5 in qualifying for the Iron Dames. Back, discover your drive initiative driver, the Brazilian there, currently P6 and trying to find a way past Policand once more. Nice little train forming up behind Victoria Farfus. There you could see she's just trying to push ahead, trying to get the run out of the second sector where the drivers really have to focus on not sliding, really allowing the karts at this part of the track to do the hard work, allowing the bank to pull them around. And you can see some heavy damage to some of the kart republics, the likes of Xavier Dudkovsky's kart.
Aran Qureshi's machine there with very damaged front NASA panel. Nice breakaway for the top 2, Nocom and Peruzzi. Lying astern here, they have extended a gap now of 9/10 of a second from Angelina Simmons just behind, but as you were mentioning, is breaking away there from Ji Haofei, who's currently sitting in P4. Again, we are expecting to see some action between these two, but we'll may have to wait a lap or so before that happens. Tia Polican now the fastest driver out there on circuit. He's a little further down in that order, but he's there holding firm in P5. And we'll keep a close eye on the Frenchman's progression in this one, still on a 2-place gain. Veer Chopra on a charge here. 5 places gain is inside now the top 10.
Anthony, I think today we're going to keep mentioning it time and time again. It's going to become probably a bit of a broken record. Conor Clancy versus Mani Nuvolini, the championship fight in our OKN juniors, currently on the track, both quite far down, both outside of the top 10. P12 for Clancy. Oh, nice little move down the inside by Leonidas Peruzzi. Turn number 1, he goes, he gets the run down the straight and switches with Nocom for that race lead. Invites Angelina Simmons into the fight as well. As Nocom just slides slightly wide, but he's still absolutely on the tail of Peruzzi, and Simmons is edging closer and closer. Oh, down the inside. Nocom doesn't waste the time, gets the race lead back.
Simmons now on the scene and sets fastest lap of the race as well on that previous one, so is right on the case now. It is a 3-car battle for this lead. Little wide there for Peruzzi as he pushes through. That keeps Simmons right in tow as they head down into the final sector now, into these last few left and right-handers, into that final chicane. Still some time to go left in this race, but it's Nocom who still leads the way, only by 1/10 of a second. Peruzzi communicates there with Simmons to say, let's go, let's focus, let's keep with Nocom. They do not want the likes of Teo Polican to close in, to make it a group of 4, because again, it's looking very, very quick here. This is a little look on those replays about how much that Peruzzi is pushing on these laps. A lick of oversteer there out of that chicane, just showcasing he's got some speed as Simmons sends it down the inside now and steps up into second place.
Simmons looking really smooth, really controlled around this circuit. She really just allows the kart to do the hard work around the cambered and banked corners like that through the second sector. Simmons just settled and really comfortable yesterday. In the final, it was a podium for the driver from Spain. It was a P3. Today, she's going to be trying to jump up that order even more. And for the time being, it's P2 in her first qualifying heat of the day. Under the start-finish gantry, they will go once more. Axel Nocom split up from Simmons by just under half a second. Peruzzi still there in P3, but Polican is edging closer and closer. Going back to just a couple of laps ago, Anthony, when we were mentioning championship fight, Conor Clancy, P11 on the road, is making up position. Mani Nuvolini, P17. He's not having the race he would have wanted.
No, indeed, and that fight certainly should be kicking off now, but it just isn't at this moment. A bit disheartening for the young Frenchman, who still is stuck in that mid-pack area. Got to say here that Polican has done a brilliant job of trying to close in, and this will be benefiting him as well to do so. Peruzzi back down the inside at turn 12, retakes that P2 away. This now really releases Nocom at the front. Fight is on for third. Down the inside, Polican tries to go down the inside of Simmons, but the door is slammed closed. And the two continue to fight, and Simmons not happy with that attempt to say, what are you doing? We've still got some laps to go.
Yeah, Simmons having absolutely none of that from Polican, just signals to say catch up to the back of Peruzzi and try and give it a go, because they're also not too far away from Axel Nocom. He is still within reaching distance. We've still got laps left of this race. Previous couple of laps, then drivers making up progress. Veer Chopra up by 7 positions to get into the top 5. This trio, though, still trying to decide the P2. Peruzzi, Simmons and Teo Polican still out there. Drivers, nice little move down the inside, as aggressive as you like by Polican. Finally manages his way to get past Angelina there for that P3.
Indeed, this is starting to be a pretty feisty race here that now sees that big shake-up for those front runners. But as you can see, all eyes watching the entirety of the field here, because it's not only that, you've got movers in the background here. Solomon Paragua is on a great charge right now. He's on a 6th place gain through the field. And he's pushing his way through nicely. So is Neil Mouche now on a 7th place gain. So big movers all the way throughout the field here, as under investigation. Xavier Dukowski for that incident right at the start of the race. He won't care too much about that. He's already out of this one. For the rest of the field now, it's getting into that nitty-gritty of the race. But already Nocom's lead here over a second from Peruzzi. This fight here, Tia Polican and Angelina Simmons, still rages on. I can imagine with the frustration that we saw from the reactions earlier on, we will see some fireworks between these drivers. Speaking of fireworks, we're seeing more a lot further down in that field, as well as the battles continue on for Jan Michalesko down in P14 with the likes of Aaron Mason. Final lap board is out. Will we see a change in this top section, or will they just make it to that checkered flag?
Angelina Simmons with the positioning of the kart then. It looks like she's going to try and have a go, but she's only got around about half a lap left over the curb. Aggressive as you like. These drivers really using those curbs to straighten up the chicane section of the track and really get the run. Just a couple of corners left now, Anthony. These drivers ticking this one off and maybe ticking this race off. Axel Nocom.
Yeah, indeed, pushing forward very nicely and has opened that gap up to 1.3 seconds in this last lap fight, but still into this final chicane. Will we see fireworks between these two? Well, Polican's going to go defensive. Simmons squeezes it down the inside and pushes off the track there. Teo Polican, who runs incredibly wide. Nocom takes his first heat win of the day. Incredible drive there, clear by 1.4 seconds from Peruzzi. Simmons takes third, but will Polican be happy with that P4, or will he fight that one, because it was quite the move down the inside there into the final corner. But the results at the moment stand with Chopra rounding out the top five. Jihao Fei from Albert Tam, Didier Krief from Victoria Farfus, and Mitansh Jain not the result he will have wanted from the front row of the grid, but still a top 10 finish is not a bad result at all. Lights the flag though for Axel Nocom. He claims his first win of the day here in these qualifying heats. Biggest mover though, Veer Chopra, 7 places gained to finish inside the top 5. Well, great work from the juniors. They'll head back in for quite a break to get themselves squared away and sorted out with their second qualifying heat later on. But there is your top 3 of Nocom, Peruzzi and Angelina Simmons, who finish 1, 2, 3 across the line. The rest of the results will pop up on your screen. The top 10, we've gone over 11th place. See Sabalek Kage from Julia Anglard, Connor Clancy from Aaron Mason, Jan Michalesko from Manny Nuvolini. Tough result there for the driver, finishing, currently second in those points. Elton Hedford's currently 17th on Neil Mouche, who rounds out the top 18 at the end of those races. The rest of them, Solomon Paragua from Emma Dowling, Alejandro Campos from Julian Monlair, who rounds out the top 22. Retirements, unfortunately. Caracera had trouble starting the kart, did manage to get going later. A retirement for the number 20 machine, Dubkovsky and Koreshi. An unfortunate collision at the start of the race on lap 1 at T1 put them out. But for Axel Nocom, a superb start to the day's racing. The final day of the Champions of the Future Academy program. Here's the highlights from that race, and the very start of it, pretty calm for the front of the pack. Bit of drama for the back, the two colliding, Dudkowski and Koreshi. Unfortunately, both unable to get it restarted. Both of them out of the first qualifying heat of the day. But the good news is, of course, a second one coming up later on, and they know that they are making it into that final. Rest of the racing here, solid start for Axel Nocom. No real major drama for him for the first lap or so. Later on, did have to deal with the push from Leonidas Peruzzi. Was able to get his nose down the inside at turn number 1. This was that move. It was beautifully calculated by the driver representing the United Arab Emirates. Later, though, would lose out on it down the hill in towards turn number 8, and this allowed then Angelina Simmons to get involved in the fight. 2 is company, 3 is a crowd, and with that crowd brought the likes of Teo Polican getting closer and closer. The Frenchman was able to really get involved as the fighting raged on. Peruzzi and Simmons battling away, brought Teo Polican into the fight. Later, though, would finish down in P4 still. But an incredible charge nonetheless through the field. You can see there in the background, Veer Chopra and Jihao Fei were able to close in somewhat as well. This attempt here from Polican put him up into 3rd place. Simmons not happy with that one as the fighting continued in the background as well, with Aaron Mason going for the moves. Simmons, though, dug deep into the final corner. You can see here, down the inside, Tir Polakan having to squeeze his way back onto the circuit. Incredibly close in the background there for Veer Chopra, nearly coming away with a P4. There's that move again, with a gap down the inside. And will that be deemed okay? Or will that be under investigation? For now, it's a good move, and it goes to the results at the end of that one for the juniors, and we certainly look forward to seeing what they can do later on today in their second round of qualifying heats. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, it's 4 in a row for Axel Nocom after yesterday's heat win, final win, pole position, and now another heat win. Axel, you're on a charge here this week. Great results, but for you, being out there in the front completely alone is maybe a bit of a new thing. What's it like to manage a race with, you know, nobody in front of you that you can gauge off of?
Right now, I feel great, but how I managed the race was actually quite okay, because I was just thinking, just keep pushing, get the lap times. And also when I watched the sidelines, I saw Gwen Leroux, and that motivated me to push harder.
And Axel, you know, other motivations for you as well. You mentioned it on the podium yesterday. I think, you know, for you, representing your country is a big thing here this week. Is that really pushing you forward with these results as well?
Yes, now since I represent my country, I'm very motivated to stand on top again. And hopefully today I can get another final win.
Well, Axel, thank you very much. We'll see you later on. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere.
One qualifying heat down, 2 more to go in the morning for the Champions of the Future Academy program, and it will be Mini 60 that head out onto the circuit next for their first qualifying heat of the day. And yesterday was quite the emotional day for one young Italian man. Not only did he come away with a final win, but also claimed a title, but that will be fully confirmed today for a young Nicolo Perico. Will be next out on the circuit. There you can see some of the karts that have made it back in, and there was one of the karts that didn't unfortunately make it to the end of the race. Aran Karesh's number 72 machine just getting worked over there before it heads back to the mechanic team to get him out for his second race of the day. There, though, on pole position, looking forward to this one. Achilles Peruzzi on pole. Took his best results on a final of the season yesterday, a second place in the Academy program. Of course, he has raced multiple times all over the world, and he has taken wins. But in the Academy program, his best result was a P2 in the final. He claimed that yesterday. I spoke to him this morning. Is the job today to get that P1? He said, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Always wins are on the mind of these young drivers, and championship wins on the mind of that driver there on your screens. Nico Perico, one of the standouts this year in the championship, not just in the minis, but as a whole, in the series as a whole. 7 podiums in total, 5 wins in total for Perico. Him and Shilkunas pretty much matching each other on that ratio out there. Perico a huge standout. He was a P2, he was a vice champion in 2024 to Priam Bruno. This year, it's looking likely that he will be our title winner. Huge results for the young Italian.
It certainly is, as everyone primes themselves ready to go. There is a young man who's had a very good run in time qualifying. Liam Nashuati there on the second row of the grid, representing from the USA, starting right behind the likes of Achilles Peruzzi as well. But this should be an exciting one, because starting alongside that is Ava Lawrence, the treble 8 machine. Incredibly quick pace in time qualifying. Nicole, and I'm sure we are going to see a continuance of that pace in this race. Let's wait and see what happens as engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and it all starts with Achilles Peruzzi and Nicolo Perico on that front row of the grid. Liam Nashuati and Ava Lawrence go from row number 2. They'll have Zane Burgess and Lorenzo Zacchetto on row number 3. Ilias Sami and Wyn Gottschalk will go from row number 4, with Manuel Kalendi and Josh Bergman on row 5. Sofia Radenko may have been a pole position yesterday, but a tough run on this one has put her on the 6th row of the grid alongside Edin Kaserovic. Row number 7 will see the likes of Teo Palfrain and Alonso Gonzalez. Row 8 sees Francesco Lisgnoli and Jan Garzielek.
Row number 9 will be a French and Spanish row with Aman Pantoli and Alba Cueva. Row number 10, your top 20 look like Baptiste Augusta and Samad Chopra. And then from row number 11, despite good pace, it's David Shiov and Giovanni Desani Jr. From 12, Tika Mir and Maximilian Schilling. And then from 13, it's Milo Cornel with Jan Vavra. 14, we'll see Ronald Vettner with Luashu Methabula. And then your penultimate row of your field is Joy Alleman on only her 6th race in career to date. She'll be starting alongside Adam Hoffman. On the 16th row of your Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1, Timur Garapov will be there. Whether or not Timur is out in this heat, we'll find out shortly. I think on the timing screens he is not clocking up, so we will miss the 8:54. Of course, did not set a qualifying time either.
Unfortunate injury yesterday saw him retire from the event, which is very unfortunate. So we do hope that Timur Garapov is all okay. But for the rest of the Mini 60s, a long way to go today. Of course, those 2 qualifying heats, the first about to get underway. And then, of course, we will see the final later on today as well. All eyes still on watching the field of Mini 60s here as they get themselves ready to go racing here in Alphasan. Like we said, very busy day yesterday. That will, I'm sure, continue today, but with a brand new runners on that front row. Achilles Peruzzi and Nicolo Perico, P1 and P2. How will this fight go to the very end? We are about to find out. Mini 60 for their first qualifying heat of the day here on Wednesday for the Academy program is into the tram line, and it's not a good start at all. It's a false start. They go round again. Perico very quick off the line there. Peruzzi did not go at all.
No, the drivers on the pole side as well, I think, massively got caught out. You could see some bunching up. You could see drivers just getting a bit squirrely. I think we've got a replay of this one then from another angle. So Perico looks and goes, and then you can see Gottschalk really gets caught out there. So Wyn Gottschalk, who was starting behind Lorenzo Zacchetto, just got pushed into the back bumper. These drivers just out of sorts, but will have this opportunity to try and attempt that one again.
Indeed, not the greatest start attempt there for the Mini 60s, but they can be forgiven. These race starts are not easy at all. Second time around should be good for the team, but everyone priming ready to go. Smiles all around as I don't look at me, watch the racing. There we go, but we're all happy to see everyone supporting the field of Mini 60s here, and looking forward to seeing again what this can really be achieved for these drivers, because again you've got some names who have really stepped it up through their order. I'm really curious to see how Liam Nashuati can do on that second row of the grid. He's in a really good spot. In fact, I would say he's in the second best starting spot of these grids. He's on that second row of the grid inside P3, right behind the pole sitter. on that inside line and should get a good run. A little bit shaky in the mid-pack, but are we going racing? The answer to that is yes. Down towards turn number 1. Keep an eye on the outside because Perico has got the speed round the outside. Was it a good stop? Was it too good for Perico?
Well, Perico there and Peruzzi side by side into turn number 1, but Perico holds this one up the hill. They will go to enter into the second sector. A 2-kart breakaway at the front. Oh, almost a little bit wrong out of that corner there for Peruzzi. Holds onto it well then. Side by side moments from these minis. The drivers in the background then. Bergman, Rudenko, Gonzalez, Lesnioli all trying to file themselves into position as we go onto the third sector around these banked corners where the drivers run so much speed.
Indeed. Eyes of the Paralympic team watching this one alongside, of course. Great showing for the drivers, of course. The Academy program, fantastic series, of course, that's been founded over that arrive and drive concept. Paralympic providing the chassis for the minis, Kart Republic for the juniors and seniors, of course, as well. All these drivers need to do is bring along that mechanic and a toolbox, and away they go racing under investigation. Kacerovic there for the 8:45, under pressure for a starting procedure infringement, so that could be out of the tram lines or out of position in the early stage of the race. Still no fighting between Perico and Peruzzi, but they have stayed line astern here. And they are trying to work away from the rest of the field. Lorenzo Sacchetto's had a good run on this one. He's gained 3 places now, and he's up there into 3rd place. Nachawati still holding on to P4 from Ilias Sami. Burgess and Gottschalk still there. Ava Lawrence just getting back, though, into 7th place. Has made that past overtake from Gottschalk and has stepped up the field nicely. But these two, as much as they are not fighting here, Nicole, they don't look like they're dropping the 2 behind of Sacchetto and Nachawati.
No, it looks like we're watching that final that we saw yesterday, Anthony, where, you know, Cleus and Nico were absolutely glued together at certain points of the race. Up the hill they will bolt once more. Perico and Peruzzi now starting to be caught by Sacchetto and Laterati. Oh, moved down the inside by Achilles Peruzzi. Snatches away that race lead. Nico is going to have something to say about that war around the outside. He tries to give it a go, but loses out. Both of them lose out. Is that Lorenzo Sacchetto getting past, or is it Nachawati? Lorenzo Sacchetto reads that one like an absolute book round the outside. He gets past both of them.
Indeed, and that is to be expected. We saw him closing in quite nicely there, and of course Peruzzi thinking like he had to go for the move to prevent him from falling back. In theory, it has worked out because he's still not lost anything from this. He's still there in P2, and he's opened up that gap once again. So, in theory, that has worked out for him. The one driver it didn't work out for was Perico, back down to 4th place, and struggling here because now they've got Ilias Sami for company, but he's under investigation now for potentially cutting the track.
Well, Perico then I think has just bolted back into a strong P3 past Nachawati. Nachawati still comfortable there for P4, but like you said, Ilias Sami is being invited into this fight, and Sami is a driver within this fight as well. Like Nachawati, he's got nothing to lose in terms of championship points. He's not bothered about getting points on the scoreboard because it doesn't come into play for him this weekend. He's essentially a bit of a wild entrant into this. Maybe somebody that could break up the points for drivers like Burgess, who really need to try and make some progress now through these heats. Out there in the front, though, it's still Sacchetto and Peruzzi for now. Peruzzi, we know his driving style. We know how he manages these races. He will absolutely leave this one until the last moment because he's got that confidence where he knows I can try and push the driver in front of me ahead, and I can leave it to the last couple of corners and go for a move. That's the kind of confidence Achilles drives around with.
Yeah, indeed. And continuing that push in this race. Burgess, now the fastest driver out there, currently is 7th place. Sits behind fellow countryman of Wyn Gottschalk, who is currently in P6. They are closing down on this fight at the front end. And you can understand here the pressure starting to build. Ava Lawrence at the back of that train. Still in contention. Anything can happen in a Mini 60 race. We know that. Blink, and you've got 20 karts fighting for first place. And right now, I suspect we could see something similar on that one, even though this is only that first qualifying heat into that final chicane. This is your fight for first place. Lorenzo Zucchetto leading it as the field now goes on to lap number 6.
You're starting to see what happens in the Mini 60 class. The drivers don't push away from the rest of the field. They get caught in the matter of laps, and that's what you're seeing now between Zucchetto, Peruzzi and Perico. This trio out there in the front are glued together, and they are inviting Nachuati and Sami closer and closer. Watch this one when they start to try and battle it out, because they absolutely will. And there we go, Achilles Peruzzi, clean as you like down the inside, trades that P2 for the race lead.
Yeah, indeed, and that again brings Perico into play here, and you can see that Nachuati has dropped back to that group behind, but now we're going to start to see this defensive posture once more. This is really going to bring in that second group now, as Peruzzi is going to be defensive now for the remainder of this lap and also the next lap, but it seems to have worked out for him here, because Zucchetto has dropped back a little bit, but he continues that defensive posture, and that closes the gap up once more for this fight. To the inside, this is a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday, where we saw Perico go from 4th to 1st, and he's going to do it again, but down the inside can only get up into 2nd place. Zucchetto on the outside there has now got Nachuati full company, but spat out of the field is Zucchetto. Oh, Lorenzo Zucchetto was fighting right there, but he's just had a bit of a moment and pushes back into the field. Now this is Goldschalk down the inside of Ilias Sami. He's put himself up into 4th place. Keep an eye on Nachuati there. He takes the wide line on the exit of turn number 8. He slots into the back of Perico, who's still there in 2nd place, but keep an eye on Peruzzi. He's going to go defensive all the way to the end of this one, as when they go to the inside, Nachuati switches to the outside. Goldschalk is right there as well. He may have lost his chance of being P1 in that title, but his gusto is not down on this one as he looks to the inside of the driver in 3rd place. Nachuati is demoted down to 4th, but Peruzzi across the line will take that first qualifying heat win in an astounding Mini 60 race. Perico takes P2 ahead of Win Gottschalk. Nachuati finishes in P4 ahead of Zane Burgess. Ilias Sami from Ava Lawrence. Lisgnoli finishes in P8 with Zucchetto. After that slight moment on that final lap, drops to P9 with Savir Rudenko rounding out the top 10 on a 1-place gain. But for Achilles Peruzzi, that is job well done. And for the young driver who is looking to take his first final win in the International Series in the Champions of the Future Academy program, he's on the right path to doing so here today in Alpha San. Lisgnoli there is your biggest mover, finishing that one in P8, a gain of 7 places. And that is a good result there for him. The rest of the field here now will make their way back into Parc Ferme. They'll get checked over. Of course, all these results that we look at are provisional, pending any post-race scrutineering or checks as well. There's your top 3. Achilles Peruzzi, Nicolo Perico and Wins Gottschalk take 1, 2, 3 ahead of the rest of the field. The top 10 we have mentioned. Josh Bergman just finishes outside that top 10 in P11 ahead of Tia Palfrain. Then it is Amin Pantoli took a podium yesterday in the Mini Under 10 class, finishing at 3rd place. It was a good run there in this race as well with a 4-place gain. Baptiste Augustin, also a very strong race. 5 places gained to finish in P14 ahead of Samar Chopra. Eden Kasarovic finishing in P16 ahead of Yangar Zielik. Alonso Gonzalez from Atika Mir. David Chioff from Maximilian Schilling and Milo Cornil. Manuel Kalendi, tough race on that one for the man from 23rd place, 14 places lost. Albert Cueva and Giovanni Desani Jr. locking out the top 25. Ronald Ventnor from Lawashi Metabula. Jan Vanvera from Adam Hoffman and Joy Alaman, who rounds out the top 30. Great little run there, but some tricky starts here. This was the first attempt for it. Peruzzi not getting away off the line. Perico then slamming on the brakes, and that caused a bit of a concertina effect in the background. Zucchetto and Gottschalk just getting caught out. Attempt 2, we were racing, and it was a lightning start for Perico right round the outside for the start of that race. Had the run there. Achilles Peruzzi had to dig deep a little bit later on in that race to try and close back in, which he did successfully managed to do so. The rest of the field then making their way up the hill on those first couple of laps. So we thought there was going to be just that 2-car breakaway with the likes of Peruzzi and Perico. But later they would be closed in from the drivers behind. Nachawati closing in, Burgess was there, Elias Sami later on was closing in on that fight. This was that first overtake attempt from Peruzzi. That was him back into the lead. You can see how Perico was trying to hang it round the outside here. The Italian does enjoy a move around the outside, but this time around didn't work out for him, and this promoted the likes of Lorenzo Zacchetto up into the race lead at that point. Everyone looking on there, thinking and hoping for the best for their drivers, and there you can see for everyone still solid results still for the majority of that top 5. Everyone gaining spots in that race. This last lap though certainly was very interesting. I thought Perico was going to go for the double again on this one, just had that nose down the inside and wasn't able to get a 2 for 1, was able to just pinch 1 away from Lorenzo Zacchetto. It was here though, wheel to wheel with the rest of the field, and unfortunately for Ashawati and for the likes of Zacchetto, I think the two of them just tangling there slightly on the exit, unfortunately pushing him back. Gottschalk trying to get involved in the top 5, was able to get up into 3rd place, but for Achilles Peruzzi, it was job done at the end of that first qualifying heat of the day. Crosses the line and sees a P1 with a very respectable gap of 0.4 of a second. Perico and Gottschalk then would round out that top 3, and that is Mini 60 done for the moment. We will see them out later on today, but let's head down to Parc Ferme. Once again, over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, after a very busy Mini 60 race, we want to catch up with Zane Burgess. Zane, you're always at the front within this championship, but today maybe not the qualifying result that you would have wanted, making that heat, a bit of hard work for you. Quali, Zane, what went on?
I didn't really think anything was wrong. Maybe P5 wasn't the best, but I think I could have done better.
And pushing through these heats then, getting past the other drivers, you're a confident driver that really shows us some great overtakes. How do you manage to pull those off on a circuit like this where it's so fast and so flowing?
Send it in.
Well, send it, and that's what we're probably going to see you do in the next heat, right?
Yes.
Zane, great to catch up with you as always. That is Zane Burgess. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy Program 2025. It's the final round, round 6 here in Alpha San, and the season is still yet to be decided for many of the drivers further down in that title fight, but for many of them right at that tippy top, including the man who would have been starting on pole position here, Marcus Shilkunas, with all clear. But there you can see, after that run in qualifying, there is a change. Chiara Batik promoted to pole position for the racing here today. An unfortunate track limits penalty out for Marcus Shilkunas. Sees him demoted to the outside of row number 2.
And did abandon the session in qualifying. She knew she wasn't going to go any faster than the lap that she had set. Pulled in, but has been helped then by the unfortunate track limits overdue by Marcus Shilkunas. She will start our first OKN senior qualifying heat of the day on that front row. And there she goes, 3-step process for these OKN engines to spring into life, and they will start.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure there's a longer process for an engine, though. I'm just trying to think what it is. Squeeze, bang, pop. Just staring at me like I'm an idiot. Fair enough. Right, anyway, here's your grid for the OKN Senior qualifying Heat 1. Chiara Batik and Dan Alaman on that front row of the grid. Sana Matsoi and Marcus Shilkunas will go from row number 2. Zach Green and Oscar Gallin will luck out the top 6. They will go from row number 3. Vanessa Shilkunaita, much better qualifying for her today. The Lithuanian starts this one alongside Ella Hakkinen on that 4th row of the grid. Guido Badoli and Amelia Wismiska go from row number 5. They'll have Ryan Qureshi and Marlon Bayer on row number 6. Radek Vavra and Wojciech Voda go from row 7. They'll have Shrivan Mohan and Ellis Leman on row number 8, with Gianna Pascal and Kasper Reipold on row number 9.
Part 2 of your field and the top 20 looks like Dinia Islamov with Kara Kowalczyk. From row number 11, we have Gabby Texter with Tatiana Alexieva. And then from row number 12, we have Timofey Stisyanov with Benjamin Borsch. 13, we'll see Max Lacroix alongside Pietro Camelengo. And then from 14, it's Spain and Great Britain with Carolina Redondo and Dylan Patel. 15, Omar Jorge with Igor Chikhanov. And rounding out your penultimate row of your field, Magana Lusa alongside Ian Marwa. Row number 17 then for your first OKN senior qualifying heat of the day. Simon Hollander will start alongside Anastasia Gerasis.
Yes, indeed. Still looking forward to seeing how this one will go. Once more, it's a Swiss row 1 lockout here for these two, but this time in a slightly different configuration. But right now, we'll wait to see how this one will go for the senior class. Very busy day yesterday. Marcus Shilkunas taking his 7th different final win of the season, securing the points he needs to take that title at the end of the day. But for the rest of the field here, the fight is still on for honours in the Alpha San circuit. Certainly quite the racing temple here in Abu Dhabi. We are ready to see these drivers go to battle here as the field gets their way into the final chicane. They pass the red line now. No overtaking permitted beyond this point for the seniors, as they're under the watchful eye of race director Martin Bean, who is ready to start that light procedure. It's OKN Senior. It's here in Alpha San, and it is lights out and fights on in the class as they head down towards turn 1. Chiara Batik holds on to the inside, but round the outside tries to go Dan Alaman, but can't quite make it through. Sana Matsoi runs wide, and so does Ella Hakkinen on the outside there as they try to squeeze their way through. The rest of the drivers trying to get through, but it's drama at the exit at turn number 1. Multiple cards have come together, and that might be a little bit of a pile-up there. Now that is Shrivan Mohan is caught out in that event. Gabby Texera has been caught out. Timofey Savitanov is there as well. Max Lacroix, Carolina Redondo, and I think Magana Lucia have all been involved there. Great work from the officials team from RGMC to clear that run, and the marshals as well at turn number 1, and hopefully we'll see this race continue on, and great work from them. But of course for the drivers, that's a little bit of a kart park there at turn number 1.
Focus on the front then. We are led by Chiara Batik. Batik, number 1, following in front of Marcus Shilkunas. Dan Alleman has been demoted down to P3. Alleman, the only time this week so far that he has been challenged at a race start was by the Red Bull driver of Batig. Batig had a great start to just push Alleman out of that run, not allow him to get past. Behind Alleman then we have Zach Green. Sarah Matsoy has dropped down 2 positions, as now Klara Kowalczyk further in the background is being hustled really hard for that P18. Big battles going on all in and around that one. Amelia Vishnirska being involved, so Reipold, Zamov and Benjamin Borsch as well. There is the continuation of the clean-up operation, the drivers just being told to exit the circuit. Big change for the race lead. Shil Kunis has got past Batig.
Indeed, it's fight on though, as we only go on to lap number 3 here of 12, and still this fight goes on for the remainder of this race, but still, can Batig try and get that move back down the inside, or will she fall into the clutches of Alleman, Green, Matsoy, Gallen and Badoli just behind? Big lick of curb there, big lick of oversteer for Chiara Batig, and she might be under pressure on this lap now from the drivers behind, but continues to hold the gap now between herself and Marcus Shilkunis. But you look to the drivers behind, and Gwida Badoli may be right at the back of that field, but is the fastest driver out there and is starting to bunch this pack up.
Batig then has got some big challenges right behind her. Alleman and Zach Green being 2 of those names. Incredibly quick drivers in the world of racing. She's under pressure, but she's not rattling because she is starting to close in now on Marcus Shilkunis to try and snatch back this race lead. I think something that Batig would have maybe learnt from this year, as we'll watch a replay of this then. So Marcus Shilkunis just looking behind him, side by side. Green and Alleman went, almost bashing wheels there did Green and Alleman go. But going back to the battle between Batig and Shilkunis, we know that if Shilkunis is allowed to get in the front, he will drive away. I think if Chiara wants to get back, nice send down the inside by Zach Green, absolutely muscling out Dan Alleman there, who falls further down into the order, or down into the hands of, is that Oscar Gallen now starting to break into this battle? Oscar Gallen past Alleman as well.
Yeah, indeed, that's Guido Badoli trying now to go for the move on Alleman as well. That is for 7th place now. That is quite the deficit in that order, but there we can still see the fight is on. Magana Lucia under investigation as well for potentially overtaking after the red line, and that unfortunately is Kasper Reipold, unfortunately going no further in this race. The driver from Poland tumbles down the order, and it's the latest retirement now. We're down to just 27 runners in this race.
Such a shame for Reipold. Of course, started this year as a junior. He was your first junior winner for a final when we were out in Portimao, and of course jumped over to the senior, about a quarter of the way through the season. But it's just not gone well for him for the remaining races of this year. Eyes back on at this one then, we were saying it, if Marcus Shilkunis is allowed the time, he will bolt off from the rest of the field. I think, in my opinion, Batig should have challenged him a little bit quicker, tried to muscle him back into the hands of the drivers behind. Green now being challenged and being overtaken. Sarah Matsoy gets passed into P3.
He does, and for these races, there is still some strategy on board for these drivers, of course, but the race is so short here now. It's all really just a case of go as fast as you can and just try and push your way forward. And unfortunately for these drivers, those gaps are opening up just that little bit more. Marcus Shilkunis will not be helping out those gaps to the drivers behind. Has just gone fastest out there now, 54.740, looking very, very quick. But the pace is still quick behind as well, though, because previously we saw the likes of Marlon Bayer, who's currently circulating out in 11th place, fastest lap of the race as well. So really showcasing that the speed here is incredibly fast here today for the senior category, despite the dust that may have looped over the circuit overnight. It's been cleared nicely from the field. Batig still holding at 0.6 of a second. The Matsoy and Green battle starting to rage on as everyone still smiles around for the junior drivers as they watch from the sidelines. here. The seniors still going to work, but Green here is, I think, the biggest threat to the top three now. Sana Matsui is going to have to really dig deep for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, Green really pushing the limits here now. You notice that with these drivers, they're really on the edge of the track. They exit out of these turns and they're all over those exit rumble strips, all over trying to push those track limits as much as they can to widen up these corners to really get the run out of the engine as well. And that's what you're seeing from Green to try and catch up to Sarah Matsui. Matsui, however, is quick out there in P3. She is faster than Green, so he needs to find a little bit extra to try and get himself into that P3. Out the front, though, Marcus Shilkunas does own that purple lap. The gap between him and Batig does still exist, but is now starting to reduce because Chiara has just gone fastest. And she was 0.6 of a second. Now it's just under half a second. So Batig has decided to turn up that dial, come to life, allow the kart to come to her, the pressure to get used to the circuit. And now I think she could try and start to challenge once more.
That's the battle for sixth place just there on your screen. Guido Badoli, Dan Alaman and Vanessa Shilkanator, who's now closed in on the lead fight here. And you can see she'll be eager to gain a fair few places on this one. Has dropped down one spot so far in this race. Is she going to be eyeing a move down in towards turn number 12? The answer is no. Guido Badoli just slams that door closed and allows now Alaman to just break away ever so slightly. Like you mentioned there, Chiara Batig did set the fastest lap of the race, closed that gap down just that little bit, but it's opened up once again. Still at 0.5 of a second. A quick spot of speed there just to help keep Sana Matsui at bay, and that gap is a nice and healthy one now. But the field relatively calm here at the front. As I say that, Sana Matsui goes, you know what, I'm going to go for fastest lap of the race now, and sets a 54.546, and that was about a tenth faster than the drivers ahead.
Ooh, I'll move down the inside further in the background. I think Vanessa Shilkanator continuing to try and push ahead. These drivers then 12 laps in total for these qualifying heats, but they've been saying they feel like an eternity. 17 corners in total. Wow, Shilkanator just out of that corner, getting a bit unsettled on the rear end of the kart, but does calm back down again. But 17 turns in total for these 12 laps. And the drivers have been saying time and time again to us, Anthony, such a physical circuit. You've really got to focus on pushing with that outside arm. So much pressure is put on the neck, the shoulders and their arms, really having to battle it out with not just each other, but the circuit.
And the knees and toes as well.
The song.
The song again. You can't keep lining that one up for me. Just saw there, Marlon Bayer very wide there out of that final corner. Just pushing the limits of those track limits, but still working very hard out on the circuit. Zach Green doing a very similar story as well, pushing hard here to the back of Sana Matsui, trying to close that gap up. It is down to just 0.3 of a second, but still their fight rages on. I've got to say, Matsui has closed that gap in to Chiara Batig as well. It's opened up quite considerably at the front for these last two laps. Batig's pace has just dropped just that fraction now, and it's going to be very quickly, I can imagine, under pressure from the two drivers behind.
Yeah, Sarah Matsui around about a tenth quicker than Chiara Batig, and in the terms of karting, a tenth is actually an eternity. That is a lot of time that can be gained on driver ahead. Or Zach Green completely over those exit curbs. These drivers really using them to get the run out of these corners. So your 1, 2, 3 and 4 of Shilkunas, Batig, Matsui and Green have not changed at all over the past couple of laps, but maybe we could start to see a change right here. Dan Alleman still trying to hustle his way past Oscar Gallen. Gallen having none of it, however. But if these two decide to start battle, you know, who's going to be invited into it? Vanessa Shilkanator, who's back into that P7 where she started from and hungry to try and get past this duo.
Oscar Gallen and Dan Alaman there on your screen, still fighting, going on to this last lap of the race. They continue their pressure on each other for this position of P5, but still not position that Dan Alaman would have wanted to be in. He started on that front row of the grid, but now here just falling back in that order. But still, the pressure is on as Gallen goes defensive now in towards turn number 8. That will keep Alaman's fight alive here. Is he going to find a way down the inside? It's only going to be the one spot for him. He's only going to get up to P5 with this one, but he's not going to be close enough to really attack the drivers up ahead. With them heading to the line now, Marcus Shilkunas, only one more corner to go. It was a final win yesterday. Starts the day with a qualifying heat win here in Alpha San with Chiara Batik just 0.7 of a second behind. Sanamat Sori in third from Zach Green and Gallin. Alaman was unable to find his way past. He stays in P6 ahead of Vanessa Shilkunator, Guido Adoli, Ella Hakkinen and Wojciech Voda, who locks out the top 10 at the end of the first OKN senior race of the day. One more round of qualifying heats to go for the minis, juniors and seniors, of course. They'll be out after a very short break. But for Marcus Shilkunas, he can rest now knowing that he will go into that second qualifying heat as the intermediate classification points leader. 50 points to his name as he pushes his way through. Igor Tiganov, the biggest mover out there, a 10-place gain for him to finish in P20 after starting this race all the way down in P30 on the grid. Impressive drive at the end, and a lengthy clean-up operation will be underway after this race. Multiple retirements right at the start. Magana Lucia, Carolina Redondo, Max Lacroix, Timofey Savastanov as well, Gabi Teixeira and Shura Mohan all caught out in that first lap incident. Reipold was a later retirement as well. But good result for the field. Marcus Shilkunas taking the win ahead of Chiara Batik. Sara Matsoi finishing in third place ahead of the rest of the field. 11th place being Marlon Bayer and Ryan Qureshi in P12. Ranik Vavra from Emilia Vishamirska, Gianna Pascal and Elias Laman on row number on the 16th spot of the grid at the end of that race. Klara Kowalczyk, good race there. 3 places gained to finish in P17 ahead of Dinia Islamov. Tatiana Alexieva finishing in P15 ahead of the top 20, rounded out by Igor Tiganov with that 10-place gain. Borge from Patel, Kamalengo from Hollander, Moa from Jorge, and then Gerasis rounding out the 27 finishers out there. For the rest of those drivers, all retirements. The very start of that race was just a bit of a mess there for some of the drivers. I think it was Shrivan Mohan there with the initial spin. Then unfortunately nowhere for the rest of them to go. Gabi Teixeira, Timofey Sevastanov, Max Lacroix, Carolina Redondo and Magana Lucia, nowhere they could go. Great work though from the marshals and the officials here at the start of that race. They were able to clear that incident off the circuit and get those drivers into safety and keep the race going for the rest of the field at the start of that race, which did see a strong start for the likes of Chiara Batik. Later, though, found herself under threat from the likes of Marcus Shilkunas, who was able to push his way through into the race lead. We then saw the overtakes of the drivers further back. Ranik Vavra having a good run, gaining those positions, but all the way to the very end, a strong start to the day for Marcus Shilkunas, as he would come away with that first qualifying heat win of the day until their second race, and then of course that final later on today. He still leads that intermediate classification. Well, like we mentioned, plenty more action to come across the rest of the day. We will have those second rounds of qualifying heats later on, but let's head down firstly to Parc Ferme and over once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, like you said, Anthony, we've just finished our first rotation of heats and we're going to catch up with Chiara Batik. Chiara, interesting start there between you and Dan Alleman. You know, you're both very competitive drivers. Going into turn number 1 for you, what happened?
I was on the inside and he was on the outside. It's very slippery on this track because of the sand, and I think he tried to go around the outside, but yeah, it doesn't work with the sand.
And going into the final round then, this week, you know, a bit of pressure for you. You're inside the top 3 for the championship, but the championship as a whole for you, the progress that you've made and the competitiveness that you've had, what's that been like dealing with?
Well, in the championship now we were P2. We didn't have a very good final last round in our line, where we lost the position. Now we're back. Yeah, I mean, Marcus is gone. We have a huge gap. He's already champion. So yeah, now it's just keeping the momentum to get second in the championship.
Well, Chiara, we'll see if you can achieve that. We'll see you later on in your next heats. We'll hear from Anthony Jordan then on what we can expect later on.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Well, we can expect 3 more qualifying heats, and then, of course, those 3 finals that'll be taking place in the next few moments. Of course, they're due out on track at around 1 o'clock local time, which is about 45 minutes or so from now. And then we will see those battles later on in the finals. They'll be starting at around 3 o'clock. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are just under halfway through the day. The first round of qualifying heats are done and dusted. We'll be back out now for the second round of qualifying heats, and it will be the OKN Juniors that will be heading out onto the track first once again for their 9 laps. 11 kilometre race distance. But looking forward to this one, Nicole, very busy race earlier on, but saw a very successful drive from Axel Nocom of the Philippines coming away with a superb win.
Yeah, Axel Nocom then 4 consecutive number 1s running from yesterday. A heats win, a final win, a pole position in time qualifying this morning, and then a heats 1 win here again in his first qualifying heats. 1.4 seconds clear from Leonidas Peruzzi, and then it was Angelina Simmons that finished in a strong P3. A few different penalties going out for some of our drivers within that qualifying heat as well, and a disqualification going for Mitansh Jain, who will be starting alongside Axel on that front row. That disqualification going out for him for pushing beyond the white line.
And it's literally right at the start of the
start,
session.
before you've even raced.
Yeah, and that is so unfortunate because, of course, that is completely out of the driver's control. Like, you know, if the mechanic pushes it too far and then over that white line, yeah, it can be a bit of a bother for the driver. And there is Mitansh Jain, who is now once again starting on the front row of the grid. And like I say, had a bit of a tough race during that race as well. Just dropped down a little in the order, but still fought back quite nicely. But the pressure certainly was on throughout that race. But everyone here still ready to watch the racing that is going to be unfolding very, very soon. There you can see the younger brother of this young man here heading out onto the circuit. Leonidas Peruzzi, like you mentioned, that P2 earlier on put him right where he wants to be right now. He's in a good spot in that intermediate classification. He's looking to see if he can start on that front row for the final later on today. And can he come away with a solid result here? Well, there's 2 names there in the world of karting. Danny Curl and a George Gibbons there chatting away on the... I can only imagine what they could be possibly talking about.
Karting. It
Probably.
will be about karting.
Probably, do you think? I wouldn't have thunk that. Right, but yes, indeed, we are ready to go racing. OKN Junior qualifying Heat 2, seconds away from getting engines started up. Will we see a repeat drive from Axel Nocom here to go for another P1 and have the pole position for the final? We're about to find out as engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. It is the Philippines back on pole position with Axel Nocom, Mitansh Jain of India joining him alongside on that front row of the grid. Leonidas Peruzzi and Ji Halfway go from row number 2. They'll see Victoria Farfus and Angelina Simmons make it an all Discover Your Drive Academy grouping on row number 3. Row 4 will see the likes of Teo Polakan and Albert Tam. Polakan having a relatively decent race earlier on, pushing his way up to P4. Can he do a similar story in this one? Row 5 sees Julia Anglard and Didier Krief. Samuel Dukowski and Veer Chopra go from row number 6. Keep an eye on Veer Chopra. Was the biggest mover earlier on, gaining 7 positions. They'll start ahead of row number 7 of Jan Mikoleshko and Aran Qureshi.
The second part of your field, row number 8 will see Savile Kage alongside championship leader of Connor Clancy. Row number 9 will be Elton Hedverse alongside Manny Nuvolini, championship rival to Clancy there. In row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Alejandro Campos and Aaron Mason. From row number 11, it's Ko Sarah with Emma Rose Dowling, and then 12 will see Julian Monlair and Solomon Padagua. Row number 13, then rounding out your field of 25 karts in total, Neil Mekmouche will be all alone there. Mekmouche needing a good race within this one, did not have the qualifying that he would have wanted, and also was given a 5-second penalty in the first heat.
That is the problem with starting at the back of that grid, having to push yourself forward through the field can come with an inherent risk. Obviously, the more overtakes you do, the more chance you get of a dropped nose cone, and that was unfortunately the penalty that went out for a handful of drivers out there those pesky nose cone penalties is an instant 5-second post-race time penalty, completely undisputable. You cannot counteract with anything, so it is what it is. For the rest of the field here, though, this is their last qualifying heat of the 2025 season in the Academy programme. It's just the final to go after this race for the juniors, but who will be starting it on pole position? Could it be Axel Nocom, or could it be Leonidas Peruzzi? Into the tram lines, it is lights out, and fight is on in the juniors down towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Mitans Jane around the outside, but he's not going to be able to hold it through turn number 2, and he has to slot back, but Peruzzi's round, and there's drama in the background. Leonidas Peruzzi is out with a handful of others. That's Victoria Farfus caught out there as well. The 18 has been caught out. Also, that's Emma Dowling has been caught out. Also, Aran Qureshi was caught out, and Elton Headfuss as well. Drama at its finest. 5 karts out right in the first lap.
Peruzzi and Farfus there trying to get restarted. Of course, that part of the circuit is downhill, so was helped by that downhill run for Leonidas, but Victoria has decided to abandon that kart. She will go no further. Eyes and ears back on the front, though. Nice lead for our race leader after that commotion, after that drama for Leonidas Peruzzi that has counted him almost out of this race win. Axel Nocom, it was a heat win earlier on for him. Can he replicate that again within this second qualifying heat? 7/10 clear from Mitans Jane, Ji Haofwei in P3, Theo Polican with a gain of 3 positions, and Angelina Simmons sat there in P5.
Indeed, and you can see there the marshals are working as quick as they can to push those karts to a safe spot there, but that's certainly going to be gifting this one to Axel Nocom. That pole position looking like it's in the bag right now, as you can see the rest of the drivers can do nothing more than watch from the sidelines. The rest of the intermediate classifications now, Angelina Simmons is going to step up to second, which means a front row start for Simmons. Theo Polican will be looking at an inside of row number 2. They can see Victoria Farfus of the number 42 machine is the driver under investigation for potentially causing a collision there at turn number 1, and there you can see Manuel Calendi maybe in the minis, but he's keen to watch the juniors out racing from the sidelines. Rest of the field going through. There is Didier Krief currently in a battle with Albert Tam and Beer Chopra just ahead. That is the fight for 6th, 7th and 8th on your screen. Dukowski there as well. Dukowski looking for a good result in this one after that DNF earlier on as well.
Axel Nocom then looking like he could be on for twin wins within this one. 8/10 clear now for that race lead ahead of Mitans Jane, as further in the background changes going on, switching for position. Aaron Mason there being challenged and trying to push ahead. Further in the top spots in the field, Theo Polican still getting some names under his belt. P3 for the time being. And of course, Mitans Jane, when we look towards our qualifying heat qualifications for those finals, he will not necessarily be in the way because of that disqualification in our previous heat.
Latest retirement, unfortunately. Solomon Paragua going no further. The pilot of the number 23 machine is the latest retirement in this race, as everyone pushes their way back through. There he is, and that is very unfortunate. Means it's going to be a tough start for that final later on today. Leonidas Peruzzi has managed to get that kart started again. He is still in this fight, albeit he is right at the back. Well, no, actually, I think he has now retired the kart now, which is a shame. I did see the gap still going through, but no, it's just popped up on my timing screen now that unfortunately he has retired. For these drivers here, though, they're keeping the pressure on, and the fight at the front here, do I dare say it's closing down? I think it is. It's gone from 7/10 down to 6/10 now. Mitans Jane is on the charge, and it's looking just that fraction faster in sector number 2, and the field a lot faster in the background. Angelina Simmons, the fastest driver out there, 55.430, currently there in 4th place, is starting to condense this lead group.
Still half a race to go for these drivers out there. They'll have to continue to tick off these 17 turns round the track, which Angelina Simmons is doing by, like you said, Anthony, the fastest driver out on the track. This one looks like it's going to very shortly light up then. Polican versus Mitans Jane there for this P2. Does really look like Polican is pushing that kart to the limit, using the banking there, allowing the kart to do the hard work, using racing and kissing those curbs to straighten the corners up, get the good run and try and catch up to Jane there, try and get himself into a P2. Whether or not these two start to battle and allow Angelina Simmons to get inside the top 3 once more, we'll have to find out, but it's looking likely. Battles further on in the background. Jan Mikuleshko is now been overtaken by Connor Clancy, who continues to open up the gap between him and championship rival of Mani Nuvolini. Clancy currently P10, Nuvolini P15.
Indeed, and Simmons again, fastest driver out there on that last lap, 55.291. This is still an interesting fight here. Big check over the shoulder there for Ji Haofei, who could see the likes of Veer Chopra and the rest. This is that moment at the start. You can see how Peruzzi's gone round. Now, was that contact from Victoria Farfus that caused that chain reaction, or was that already he was with a half spin there at the start? From that angle, impossible to tell. Of course, race control have a million more angles of that incident and will make a decision from that. Looks to the inside here. Veer Chopra under pressure. That is down the inside for Awad Tam and Ji Haofei. The fight is on in the background, meaning that the drivers up ahead, he'll be able to break away quite considerably now from this chasing back behind.
Well, not breaking away again is Axel Nocom. Jane holding on to
Axel
that
Nocom, technical flag here, Nicole. Axel Nocom from the front. It's just popped up on my timing screen. What has happened to the driver from the Philippines? Now, is it the rear bumper? Well, from there it looks okay. That's not dragging. Why is the reason that that man there has a technical flag? From our position, it looks all good, but clearly someone has spotted something. Is it the chain guard that's missing? Actually, I think it might be. Is the chain guard gone? I think it is. Yes, it's the chain guard. Axel Nocom missing that guard. It's an instant technical flag. He will be disastrous. Yeah, he's seen it. He's checking everything. I don't think you can see that the chain guard's come off.
Well, for Axel Nocom, then it was a stunning start to today, and now this race is going to end in disaster. He's going to have to pull this one in. He's going to have to let Mitansh Jain inherit this number 1 spot. I don't think it's going to be held on to Jane necessarily, because Polican and Angelina Simmons are right there. Nocom visibly, unnerved by the fact that he's got this technical flag, because he's dropped so much pace over the course of that previous lap. Let's watch if he does pull in the case of the next couple of corners. Sometimes these drivers just truly can't believe it. As down the inside goes Angelina Simmons. Nice little move there between her and Teo Polican. Breaks up the gap again to themselves and Mitansh Jain. So Jane now has that clean air as Axel Nocom. We said, is he going to pull it in? And he hasn't. He's still deciding to go round.
Well, yeah, indeed, because he'll be looking at things that he can see right now, and he'll be looking left and right. He'll see both his side pods are still there. He'll see both the rear bumper is still attached, and unfortunately, a black flag has come out for Axel Nocom. He will not get a result in this race, no matter what happens. So right now, Mitansh Jain is the net leader of this race. Simmons is up to second. Polican currently sits third. So Angelina Simmons on this final lap, if she can close that gap, that overtake on that previous lap might have been more important than she realises, as she will now go to the pole position spot for that final later on today. For Axel Nocom, he will come around the final corner. Is he going to pit this time, or is it too late for him? No, he's going to continue to go around. He'll see the checkered flag, but he's not going to take the win. Mitansh Jain will take the win ahead of Angelina Simmons. Teo Polican will take third from Ji Haofei in P4. Didier Krief will lock out the top 5 from Albert Tam in P6. Veer Chopra 7th from Connor Clancy in 8th. Samuel Kagei will take 9th, and Jan Mikuleshko will lock out the top 10. For Axel Nocom, it is a win on track, but it will not be on paper. And unfortunately, that chain guard just missing from the driver from the Philippines will not only take him out of this race, but also take him out of the chance of starting that final on a pole position. From my calculations, this will head to Angelina Simmons, who will take the pole position for the final later on today. You can only feel for Axel Nocom, and he would have looked at that kart from where he can see, and it will look fine. Of course, with the helmet on, the peripheral vision, he will not have seen that it's the chain guard that's gone off. And of course, if he feels like the kart is okay and is performing, he'll just stay out there. And unfortunately, it's not the way it should have gone. There's your full results then. The top 10 have gone over. Dembkowski finishing 12th on the road, but will take a net P11 at this moment. Aaron Mason from Manny Nuvolini. Julian Anglard from Serra. And then it is Alejandro Campos from Neonek Mush, Julia Munler, and then the retirements, Salman Paragua, unfortunately a DNF, Peruzzi, Falfus, Koreshi, Hedfors, and Dowling, unfortunately all not seeing the start of that race. Clean-up operation underway, and there is your net race winner, Mitansh Jain, second on the road, but will be a win on paper for the driver from India. And that is a good second half of the day, despite the dramas earlier on. That will keep him outside of that top 10 intermediate classification. Start of the race there into those tram lines, and well, it was a good first attempt here from Mitansh Jain. Watch him around the outside here. You can see how much he was struggling to get that kart turned in. A lot of motion in that wheel. Later round on the top of the crest out of turn 2. Peruzzi goes round. Was it contact from Farfus, or was it just a half spin and nowhere to go? But the rest of the field getting caught out there in multiple retirements right at the start. Albert Tam trying to get those moves up in that early phase of the race. Veer Chopra doing a very similar story as he went wheel to wheel with Didier Krief for the majority of that first half of the race. Drivers trying to push their way through from the back of the grid. This was Veer Chopra again down the inside, getting those moves done on Jihal Fei. Later, lap number 7 and on to 8, you could see the chain guard missing, and unfortunately the technical flag going out. The hand gesture from Nocom saying, you know, what is it? What's gone wrong? He'll see it again here. He's looking at the kart and sees, well, I don't see anything wrong. But unfortunately, that chain guard missing. And of course, he'll see that when he comes back in. And unfortunately, it's too late for him now. A technical flag and then a black flag will demote Nocom out of those results and potentially out of that pole position spot as well. Well, still, for Angelina Simmons, that is going to be a good day in the office until that final as we head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland, who can tell us a little bit more.
Well, what an interesting race then we've just seen from our juniors. Mitansh, your first heat, it didn't quite go to plan there for you. You were disqualified going into that one. You know, you had some strength out there in the front and you've just been helped massively by Axel Nocom. Tell us, you know, about the story in your eyes.
Well, the first heat, I mean, quali was all right, but the first heat just pushed over the white line, unlucky, slotted in like back, made my way to 10th, but got disqualified, so that was kind of pointless. But in the second heat, I knew what I had to do. Just go as fast as you can, don't worry about what's behind, and just try to win, because no matter where I finish, I won't be starting first. So that's what I did, and when I saw Axel get disqualified, I knew, okay, at that point, if I just kept third behind me, I'd won, so that's what I did.
And for you, when you could see that technical flag on the digiboard, you know, sometimes drivers can get a bit overexcited and start to overdrive. How did you manage to stay calm and just continue to tick off the rest of that race?
I kind of took it at the start like, okay, even though he's got a technical flag, he's still the leader and I need to catch up to him. So that didn't really affect me.
Well, Mitansh, thank you very much. And like you said, heat win there for you. Have got Axel Nocom coming over. Now, Axel, really unfortunate there for you. Chain guard has come off, and unfortunately, you know, you decided not to pull in when you saw that technical flag. Can you tell us, you know, what's going on for you right now?
So I think when I saw the technical flag, I thought it was a mistake, because when I was looking around my kart, there was nothing much that got removed. So I thought it was just a one-time mistake, but then when I saw it was going on and then I saw the black flag, I was not that happy.
No, of course, Axel, and this is not going to help you when coming into your qualifying position for the final. You're going to have to start further down than you would have expected. But on a positive note, with the pace, with the results before, are you still thinking that you can make your way to the front?
I think I'll still try my best to push forward and hopefully I can still make it to a win.
Axel, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break before we go into our next race, which will be Mini 60.
Well, the juniors done and dusted for now until their final 2 more qualifying heats to go as we turn our attention over to Mini 60 for their qualifying heat 2. Once again, the grids are reverted back to what they were for heat 1 after a very competitive time qualifying. Achilles Peruzzi back on the P1 spot for this race and will be joined alongside, of course, Nicolo Perico, who once more will be primed and ready. There is a Victoria Farfus just chatting with the family there and just saying, you know, probably just a recap of what happened in that race and her opinion of it. Of course, she was under investigation for that one, but again, we saw nothing that came from that. But again, we have to wait and see. But like we say, we turn our attention to the Mini 60s, and there you can see Achilles Peruzzi back on pole position. Relatively decent run earlier on for the Mini 60s. Certainly quite the adventurous little fight that we saw for the drivers. But once again, still the strong pace for the field, which once again saw Achilles Peruzzi taking that P1 spot, but only clear by 0.4 of a second from Perico. It was Gottschalk that had the really good race in that one, a 5-place game, put into 3rd, and Liam Nachawati as well, after a great qualifying, finishing there very strongly in P4.
Well, last year when we were at this circuit on the 2 finals, it was Perico and Peruzzi that took those final wins. Perico has already got one under his belt this week during the racing, so I'm feeling like Peruzzi is going to feel like this one today is his. It's his for the taking. We're going to find out if he can convert this pole position into a qualifying heat win. Of course, he did that in the previous heat earlier on, but lots of stories to tell, and stories to tell further on in the background as well, as drivers, you know, in that midfield section can make some progress. Win Gottschalk being one of those drivers that walked into this week and contending for the championship has fallen short, but he can still confirm a P2, a top 3 for this championship series.
Indeed. Here's your grid then for Mini 60 qualifying heat 2. Achilles Peruzzi and Nicolo Perico on the front row of the grid. Liam Nachawati and Ava Lawrence go from row 2. They'll have Zane Burgess and Lorenzo Zacchetto on row 3. Elias Sami and Win Gottschalk going from row 4. They'll have Manuel Kalendi and Josh Bergman on row 5. Sofia Rodenko and Eden Kaserovic on row number 6. Teo Paframe and Alonso Gonzalez going from row number 7. They will see Francesco Lisgnoli and Jan Garzelik round out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Row number 9 is going to be Amand Pantoli alongside Abaqueva, and then from row number 10, your top 20 looks like Baptiste Augustin and Samaya Chopra. From row number 11, we have David Shiov and Giovanni Desani Jr., and then from 12, Atika Mir with Maximilian Schilling. 13 will see Milo Cornell starting alongside Jan Vavra, and 14 will house Ronan Ventler and Luashu Methbula. Starting behind those 2 drivers, Joy Alleman will be alongside Adam Hoffman, and then on the 16th and final row of your grid, Timur Gopov qualified but will not start. Of course, injury counts him out of today's racing, and already counted out. Alba Cueva will go no further. She will not even make the race start. There you can see the 8:12 parked. Clearly some technical gremlins at the start-finish straight for her. She will not manage to make this heat.
That is quite the shame there, and very unfortunate. I think as well, Jan Gardzielek may have had a bit of a moment out there, but I think has got going once more, which is all good. Rest of the field then, heading into the final sector. This is their last qualifying heat before their final later on. Of course, it is Achilles Peruzzi with those 50 points to the name. A win here puts him on 100 and puts him on pole position for the final later on today. We'll keep a very close eye on the progression of all of these drivers, but it will be the two-kart fight here at the front. Peruzzi and Perico. A change of spots here would still keep Peruzzi on pole position for the final, but let's see what happens into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in Mini 60 towards turn number 1. And again, it's a nice start for the inside line. Keep an eye on Zane Burgess, though, because that yellow helmet just managed to squeeze its way through and up into third place. That's a lightning start there for the American. The rest of the field slotting into place already. You're seeing quite a significant breakaway here for the top 7 drivers, which once again will have the likes of Ava Lawrence rounding out the tail end of that one. Then you've got 8th place all the way down to the rest of the field. One kart going very slowly, and off the track into the background. It's another retirement from this race as the rest of the field continue to go for the remainder of their 7-lap race.
Brilliant start then by Achilles Peruzzi. Really cut across the rest of the field at that race start. Didn't allow Nico Perico the room to get his way past. In the background, Atika Mir being hustled hard for the positions further back, as out of the last couple of sequences of corners, these battles will rage on. Out of turn at number 17, you will see Achilles Peruzzi as your race leader, ahead of Perico, Burgess in a strong P3, Liam Nachuati and Ilias Sami. Challenges going on at turn number 1. Lorenzo Zucchetto getting all involved and finding his way past Manuel Calendi.
Multiple drivers involved, and that looks to be a driver in a bit of discomfort there out on circuit. Now that looks to me like David Cheov there is out of the kart and being seen to by some of the officials out there. We are hoping he is okay, but multiple drivers here who have had those spills out there. But we'll keep a close eye on how this race goes on, because Peruzzi's lost out on that lead. It's been a change. Nicolo Perico to the front of the field now, has brought Burgess along for the ride, but these top 3 now have got a significant gap to the drivers behind. Ava Lawrence now leading that next group behind of Nachuati, Zucchetto, Ilias Sami and Manuel Calendi. But we'll keep a close eye on the progression, because the top 3 heading across the line, still no change for them.
I'm keeping an eye then, Anthony, on Ava Lawrence there in P4, because these 3, this trio, they will start to battle at some point. They have got a bit of breathing room for the time being. They've got some real estate, but once they start going for it, once they start trying to challenge Perico there for that race lead, it's going to invite Ava Lawrence, Nachuati, Zucchetto and Ilias Sami into the fight. Wingod's Chalk lights it up and goes fastest, but he has lost 3 positions within this race. Did not have a very good race start when we went green. Into the second sector, these drivers will go running that speed through the Banks corner. Really quick part of the circuit for these drivers before they head back down the hill on what is a big roller coaster of a circuit. Really physical for these drivers. Perico then, not a toe out of line, no mistakes at all for him. Will exit out turn number 17 as your race leader again. Is in the background, I think that was Lorenzo Zucchetto getting it slightly wrong on the curb.
Indeed, well, he's just looking for that inside line there on Nachuati just ahead, but is going to lose out there. Ilias Sami to the inside will take that spot away just in the background. Going to keep a close eye here on Baptiste Augustin here, Nicole. Currently into P9, the fastest driver out there. He's on a 10-place gain so far in this race and is really starting to get involved in that lead fight.
Baptiste Augustin then, in 2 consecutive Champions of the Future Academy Programme events, has stood on the podium. Last week in our lane he was a P3. Yesterday he took a P3. Maybe this time, you know, today, if he can start the final in a strong position, he could be on for another good result. A driver that throughout the series has gained from strength to strength. I think especially since we were out in Slovakia, you know, he's consistently got better and better and higher up in the order. Still some more work for him to put in within this race, but maybe a driver to keep an eye on for the near future. 10 places gained for him so far. Up the hill they go once more. Still no changes between Perico, Peruzzi and Burgess. They're playing a game here, then Anthony on the screen. They're trying to push away from Lawrence, get as far ahead as they possibly can, and then leave it to the last couple of laps.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, we always see this from the minis. They will wait until the very last moment to go for it.
Quite literally the last corner.
Literally. But we'll have to wait and see what happens here. You can imagine the nerves that are kicking off for the family, of course, of the drivers, the Burgess family watching, the Peruzzi family watching, and I'm sure the Perico family watching alongside as well. These three drivers have been absolutely line astern throughout the entirety of this one, and there's the first attempt down the inside. Peruzzi's made that move done at turn number 12. Now here comes Zane Burgess. Perico goes from first down to third. It's opened up the field just that little bit more. Keep an eye on Ava Lawrence here. She's completely dropped the trailing pack behind, but she's in a bit of an empty spot there. No toe from in front, no push from behind. She is trying to close in, but the pace is still strong there at the moment for Ava Lawrence. She was purple on the first section on that last lap alone.
It was a first challenge for the race lead, but I would predict it won't be the last
Oh,
one. Nice move down the inside by Perico. Perico weaves his way past Zane Burgess there for P2 and will be trying to catch up to Achilles Peruzzi. Will try and go for the race lead. Let's watch this one unfold then. Peruzzi holding on to it. Zane Burgess still pushing that back bumper of Perico, still inviting Ava Lawrence into this one. I think she's probably sat in that Discover Your Drive branded kart, really hoping, really, you know, pretty much praying that these three, this trio, start to battle and they trip over each other. There we go, down the inside. Perico takes the lead.
Yeah, and that is nicely done. Checks over the shoulder, instantly going defensive because they know it's the last lap of this race. Now loose did they get there. Burgess down the inside retakes P2 away, and now Ava Lawrence and Lorenzo Zacchetto will have a chance of closing in on this fight. But Perico now on this last lap, unsettling the rhythm there for the drivers behind, has been able to open up a gap now of half a second from this fight. Zane Burgess going defensive, Ava Lawrence to the outside. Is she going to try and go for a 2-for-1 special? The answer is no. She can only claim 1.5. Wheel-to-wheel smoke pouring off the tyres. But there you can see Achilles Peruzzi denying Ava Lawrence the chance to squeeze through. And now it's brought the entire pack into play. Zacchetto, Nachawati, Sammy, Augustin, they're all there ready to pick up the pieces. But at the front, Nicolo Perico will come away with a P1. But in the background, Peruzzi, if he can claim a second, it's not going to happen. Perico will take pole position away from Achilles Peruzzi for the final later on today. Burgess finishes in second place and will be promoted to third in the intermediate classification, which means the American will start on the inside of row 2, right behind Perico for the start of that final. The rest of the field, though, delivering a superb drive to close in at the very end, but it still wasn't enough to catch the mighty Italian, who breaks away by a staggering 1.8 seconds. From second place to first, Nicolo Perico wins the second qualifying heat, and with that claims pole position for that final later on today. Burgess finishing ahead of Achilles Peruzzi, locks out the top three, but your biggest mover, we mentioned that name earlier on, Baptiste Augustin, 12 places gained, finishes in 7th place, and a very strong performance there for the Frenchman, who steps up into that top 10. But for the top three, the job is done. Perico, Burgess and Peruzzi, 1, 2, 3, as they'll be heading to that final in a similar position. but it'll be Perico, Peruzzi and Burgess 1, 2, 3 for that final. There's a look at your rest of your race results. Like we say, for Ava Lawrence to P4 from Ilya Sami, Lorenzo Zucchetto for Baptiste Augustin, Liam Nachawati from Win Gottschalk, Teo Palfrain rounds out the top 10. Amin Pantoni finishes that one in P11 ahead of Lisgnoli, who rounds out the top 12. Manuel Kalendi finishing in a P13 ahead of Sofia Rodenko. Maximilian Schilling and Inin Kasarovic finishing in 16th place ahead of Atika Mir and Giovanni Desani Jr. Samar Chopra and Alonso Gonzalez lock out the top 20. Laosha Metabula from Ronald Bentner, Jan Vavra from Adam Hoffman. Joy Alaman comes away with a P25. I think it's her best result of the weekend so far. That's a good run there with a gain of 4 places gained. Miller Cornell finishing ahead of Jan Karjelik, who rounds out the top 27. Josh Bergman, Albert Quaver and David Sheoff, unfortunately all retirements from that race, but there Nicolo Perico just getting the words after that race, just to say what could be done elsewhere, but still a solid result, and that is a P1 and a podium starting spot for the final later on, of course, starting now P1 for that final race. Here's a look at the start of it. Well, relatively calm through turns 1, 2 and 3. It was later when we got into the lap that we saw a little bit of drama for 1 or 2 drivers just running a little bit wide, and a few moments for the rest of them. Out of turn 7, unfortunately, we saw David Sheoff pull off on the side of the track. Unfortunately, I think in a bit of discomfort after that race. You can see him there just pulling off and already, and I think a bit of a dramatic moment for the young driver there. Other drivers who managed to push their way forward, Lorenzo Zucchetto, very strong start there for him, able to push through the field, but did end up finishing back in P6. The racing then really started to heat up at the front here as Perico going down into 3rd place was able to recover back first with this overtake on Zane Burgess to get up into P2. Later, with the move down the inside into turn 16, past Perico, but from there went on to take the win despite the very dramatic start to this race. You can see the up and under there for Zane Burgess, sideways under braking, was able to push through into P2. Then Ava Lawrence came through. Watch this moment here, the smoke pouring off the tyres. How on earth they kept control at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. But still, they went on to that checkered flag, albeit right onto the AstroTurf there at the very end for Lorenzo Zucchetto. But it would be the Italian Nicolo Perico, P1, and will secure pole position for that final later on today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, you just called it then, Anthony. Pole position secured for Nicolo. Nico, great race out there for you. Busy race as well. The overtake for the lead. Can you talk us through how you pulled that one off?
We push all the race. Peruzzi pushed me after in the lap 5 he overtook me, and after it was when he overtook me also Zane. Was a tough race. But now I'm starting pole position in the final, and let's see.
And I think, we're going to talk about the championship more a bit in the future. I'm thinking probably that's in the back of your mind now. You've got one more dance later on, one more race win that you can try and get under your belt. And for you, Nico, are you just as confident as ever you're going to go and do that?
Yeah, I'm confident. For sure will not be easy. Will be a really nice battle with Zane, Win, and Peruzzi and all the guys. Let's see what we can do, and yeah.
Well, that is Nicolo Perico, and we're going to pass back quickly to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, Mini 60 all done and dusted, and there you can see David Sheoff there up and out of the kart. You can see he's with the medical teams, and I think family there with him now, and clearly great to see that he's up and out of the kart, but having a bit of a moment out there, and looks to me like complaining a little bit of some back discomfort, but hopefully we will see him racing again, but I can imagine they'll want to make sure he's all fighting fit and ready for that next race later on today. Well, Mini 60s done and dusted for now. Like we say, one more qualifying heat to go. Let's take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the seniors out on track.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
One more qualifying heat to go. It's the OKN senior category that will be heading out onto the track next. 12 laps, 14.5 kilometre race distance. Myself and Jordan Nicole Sutherland back in the box. Nicole, a very turbulent qualifying heat 2 there for both the juniors and the minis. If that trend is to continue, brace yourself for this one.
Absolutely. Our seniors then are, of course, our last qualifying heat of today before we go into those all-important last 3 races. Chiara Batigue will start on your front row, pole position alongside Dan Alleman. Let's not forget Shil Kunis there on your screen, your championship almost winner. Of course, it's not over just yet, but he's getting closer and closer. Did have his quickest lap in time qualifying deleted, so did pole it provisionally, but it was, you know, thrown out the window for him. He'll have to settle for that second row start behind Alleman, but he did convert that second row into a heat win earlier on. One of the day for these drivers was taken by Shil Kunis, and then shortly behind you had Batigue and Sarah Matsui.
Yeah, indeed. Still a very strong performance there, and you can see everyone working on those karts ready for that final later on today. And it's quite funny, I can hear that kart revving in my ears. I can also hear it revving out of the window, because that is happening literally just below the commentary box here. But there you can see we're ready to go racing in the seniors. Last few words of encouragement as the field of 34 heads out onto the track. Let's fire through that full starting lineup. Chiara Batigue, it was a second in time qualifying, but promoted to pole after a track limits penalty to Marco Shil Kunis, puts a P1 as she starts alongside Dan Alleman on row number 1. Sarah Matsui and Marco Shil Kunis, they will take row 2 out of Zach Green and Oscar Gallin on row 3. Keep an eye on Gallin. Good race earlier on to finish inside that top 5. Vanessa Shilkanator and Ella Hakkinen. Keep an eye on them. They'll be going from row number 4. They'll see the likes of Guido Badoli and Emilia Vishamirska on row number 5. Ryan Koreshi and Marlon Bayer go from row 6. They will see Radek Vavra and Wojciech Voda on row number 7. Srivan Mohan and Elias Lamar go from row number 8. The first half of the field will see Gianna Pascal and Kasper Reipold.
Row number 10 will house Dinia Islamov and Klara Kowalczyk. And shortly behind them, it will be Gabi Texera alongside Tatiana Alexieva. From 12, we have Timofey Stesianov and Benjamin Borsch. And then behind them, Maxa Kroll will start alongside Pietro Kamalengo. 14 looks like Carolina Redondu and Dylan Patel. 15 will see Omar Jorge and Igor Dukyanov. Your penultimate row of your field will see Magana Lucia and Ian Mara. And rounding out your 17 rows, 34 OKN seniors in total. Simon Hollander will start alongside Anastasia Jurasis for what will be the last OKN senior qualifying heat of the day, of the week and of the year.
Oh, I'm going to start crying, Nicole.
It's been emotional.
It's been proper emotion on this one. Don't know what to do with myself. I'm just going to go home, sit on a sofa and do nothing.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Don't know what to do. No, indeed. But no, it's a sad time. It's a sad time. Karting in 2025 is nearing its conclusion, and you know, the motorsport's not over just yet. Of course, you've got.
It's not over.
No,
Definitely
certainly
not.
isn't over. Looking forward to that one. I'm certainly going to have my popcorn ready for that race over the weekend. But I'll be watching it from the comfort of my sofa with a pooch on my lap, I'm sure. You're trying to say something there, Nicole.
It's a sad one as well, because in our senior class specifically, some of these drivers are going to now move on to junior formula, to the world of single-seaters.
Yeah.
Chiara Batigue being one of those. You know, Chiara will graduate out of this championship this weekend, will head pretty much straight to Jeddah to go and race in F4. Marcus Shilkunas, we probably won't see back in karting for a little while. You know, so some of these drivers, last karting race.
Don't know what to do. Literally, don't know what to do now.
Start the race.
Going to give up, stop commentating. Right, here we go then. We'll start the race though. We know we won't start the race. We're going to go around again. Oh dear, and there's a cart off in the background. That's not gone well at all. The 254, that is Igor Tikhonov, who has just had a spill there at the start of that race as he thought they were going. He suddenly realised they weren't, and he pulls off the track. He's not even going to attempt to get it started. No, I mean, he could have got that one going, and from the back of the grid, he was allowed to get that one going, but he's just elected to give that one up. Unfortunately, I think he had a bit of a tough race earlier on as well, actually, did Tikhonov, and I think he was just thinking, it's not worth it, we'll save those tyres. Well, actually, it was a P20. It was the biggest mover in that previous race. Well, if you can save those tyres and still start well, maybe you can have a good result later on. Here it is again, out they go, and oh wow, it was actually quite a significant run there. I think another reason why I think he's given that one up is that it's probably thinking it's going to be a nose cone penalty that'll be going his way as well, which will of course add 5 seconds to that. But very interesting start there for the seniors, but already indicating what we were predicting earlier on, Nicole. It was quite dramatic second races for the juniors and the minis. And already, before the race even started, very dramatic indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Took some air then, did Igor. And, you know, you saw the bottom of the floor tray. That's how up in the air the nose actually was. Out of the final corner they will go, though. Will we go on this time of asking? Indeed. Let's find out. Into the tram lines. Is it lights out and fights on? The answer to that is certainly yes. Wheel to wheel towards turn number 1. Look at this. As through goes Marcus Shilkunas. From the second row of the grid, as in the background there, drama for others, and out of the race is that Kasper Reipold. Again, he had a retirement earlier on, and it's looking like potential DNF in this one as well, as yellow flags are out as the Polishman tries to get it restarted, but thankfully for him, it is downhill in towards turn number 3, and thankfully, I think he might have got it going. The answer is no. He's out of his second race of the day, and will be right at the back of the grid for that final later on. For the rest of the grid, though, it's a solid getaway, and not the start Dan Alaman will have wanted. It was on the outside there of row number 1, tried to sweep it round the outside. It didn't go his way, and that is gifted it to Marcus Shilkunas, who just slipped his way through. Kasper Reipold then has finished one race this week. Really has not been the week racing he would have wanted out there. Oh, in the background, as aggressive as you like, some of the drivers going. I think that was the likes of Klara Kowalczyk being hustled out of the last couple of corners. Out in the front, it's still Shilkunas and Batigue, of course. More retirements. Again, Anastasia has had an absolutely torrid week of racing here, and the young lady from South Africa will come away with another DNF here as she'll be heading into that final again, right at the back of that field. That is such a tough week for her. And hopefully she'll have those fresher tyres for that final. At the front here, though, Nicole, yes, Marcus Shilkunas got to the front, but look how congested this is right at the front end here. Chiara Batigue is still there. Aleman is still in third. Matsui is still there in P4. And it's Marlon Bayer, who's on a 7th-place charge right now, is pushing through. There is Guido Bedoli seemingly playing his card like a guitar, but unfortunately it's the chain that's come off, and he is out of this race.
Yeah, attempted a repair there, did Bedoli, but of course you cannot even try and restart that one at all after the first lap. Look at this one then, all bunching up goes our front pack. Looks like Chiara Batigue is going to be very shortly challenged by Dan Alleman. Sarah Matsui also very quick as well.
No.
More drama again. We said it with the juniors, we said it with the minis, and again
Gabby
it's the
Teixeira.
same story with our seniors. Gabby Teixeira is out. Benjamin Borges will go no further either. Adds to our names of retirements that includes now Bedoli, Wojciech Woda, Raipal Tukyanov, Jurasis and Lacroix. Eyes back on the front of your field though. 3/10 splits up Shilkunas from Batigue. Looks over his shoulder. He knows that he's actually not got that much space out there in the front. He cannot risk any slight miss of a corner because they will be on him like a rash. Batigue towards the second sector there. Still leading round Dan Alleman, Matsui and inviting Marlon Bayer closer and closer. But Shilkunas has turned up the dial and goes purple, goes fastest.
I've got cream for that, don't worry. These drivers fighting for Marcus Shilkunas is though still the gap holds 0.3 of a second. Batigue is closing in. And you can see there that racing line a lot tighter there for Batigue going in towards turn number 10. But just able to squeeze her way even closer now to the back of Marcus Shilkunas. But you can see how it's concertinaing up now. Shilkunas' pace doesn't seem to be on it there. You saw very briefly Benjamin Borges and then, of course, Gabby Teixeira. Really tough racing for them because that's another DNF for Gabby Teixeira as well. And I think for Benjamin Borges.
2/10 Chiara Batigue has just found in the bag. 55.351, 55.5 for Shilkunas in the previous one. So she is there. Look at this one now bunching up. Zach Green down the inside of Bayer. So Green now the driver in P5. Watch this. This is going to heat up now, I think. You know, Chiara Batigue, she's got nothing to prove, but last kart race, you know, she wants a good result within this one. She's going to know she needs to try and go for it. But a mistake there has just released Shilkunas again. She really caught up to that back bumper through the first and second sector, but now she's just lost it. And look at this gap now Shilkunas has got once more.
Yeah, indeed. It's not only about the pressure of trying to get the overtake done in a nice manner, but it's also thinking about what's happening behind you. And, of course, right now, yeah, you're seeing Alaman, who's all over the rear bumper and is trying to go for the move to the inside here, the inside there, and it's just providing that little bit of pressure to the drivers up in front. Unfortunately, Benjamin Borges, who is out of this race, is now also under investigation for potentially causing that collision. That was a bit of a moment there out of the chicane. Very loose, very wobbly for Chiara Batigue, just as she's trying to push that kart forward. And at that same time, Marcus Shilkunas, then the fastest lap of the race, opens the gap now to a full half a second from these trio fighting behind. With that gap opening up now, this does put the ball into Dan Alleman's side of the court. He must be starting to think, right, I've got to get this move done now, see if I can close the gap, because we've still got half a race distance to go.
I think Sarah Matsui there is going to try and get a wriggle on very soon, because Zach Green is starting to catch up to this trio there on your screen. That includes Batigue, Alleman and Matsui. Green on this first and second sector was faster than Matsui there ahead of him. So he is really starting to reel this back in now. Down the hill these drivers go once more. We head past the halfway point of this race. Shilkunas, comfortable as he always is, out there leading this race. So comfortable that he's continuing to go purple. Batigue hasn't been challenged just yet by Alleman. Take that back. Yes, she has. Down the inside, clean as you like. Alleman takes that P2. No, he doesn't.
It
immediately then. So gets the switch back really quickly, does Batigue. Batigue back past.
Oh, just as you were happy with that overtake, you looked away at your timing screen. She'd taken it back. Yeah. Beautifully done from Batigue. You got to always watch out for that quick up and under. so easily done, and that really does release Shilkunis at the front here. He'll be thinking about one thing only, and that is that final race later on today and of that season. But still, this is closed in. Green now is part of this battle. We've not said much about Zach Green over the course of this week. It's his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Had a quick chat with him ahead of this weekend. I just thought, Zach Green, what brings you here? Well, I was testing out in PFI earlier on this week, and I thought it was absolutely freezing. And I don't want to be here. So he said, should we go to Abu Dhabi? And they said, yes, okay. But the good news is that when they're done here, they immediately fly back to PFI because they're racing again this weekend.
And he's going to be cold again.
Indeed, -4. Well, no, what did the weather say this morning? It said...
No, the forecast is 8 degrees, and it feels like -4.
So it's -4 then. Down the inside, Alaman retakes second place. Can Chiara T get the up and under this time around? The answer is no. The move is signed, sealed and done, and he steps up into P2. I thought that Fatigue was going to have a look down the inside there at turn 16, though, a little bit later on. But the race nearing its conclusion, fight certainly on, but Alaman now has been released there in P2.
Matsoy there now all over the back bumper of Chiara Fatigue, but Matsoy hasn't really challenged the drivers ahead too much. She's been quite patient with some of the overtakers that she's done. Like to see maybe try and attempt something a bit more aggressive, try and just have some bravery on those four wheels. Is this the point that Matsoy tries to go for it? Not just yet, still sat there down the inside. Nice move being attempted by one of the drivers further back. That was Clara Kowalczyk trying to go for it. Clara, not sure whether she pulled that one off, but did put that nose down the inside, as does Zach Green. Green now passed on Sarah Matsoy. Clean as you like, gets himself into P4.
Indeed, nice spot there as this fight still goes on. Marlon Bayer now starting to close in. Same with Ella Hakkinen, sits just behind. So this fight certainly heating up into these final few moments here. Are we going to see those last lunges though, or are the field now just thinking, right, let's get these karts in a good condition to the end of this race. We're in a solid spot. Let's think about the final later on. It's the last race of the season later on. You don't want to be risking your kart not being race ready for it.
Well, as it stands, with the positions that the drivers hold on the track, your qualifying heat points sets Marcus up for a pole position going into the final, and he will start alongside Chiara Fatigue for now. Dan Alleman, P3 alongside Sarah Matsoy, then Zach Green and Oscar Gallen would be on that third row, unless Sarah Matsoy decides to change her mind and get past Green. Doesn't attempt it then through the sector, still holding on to the back of the bumper. Out of turn number 17, they go, whoa, wide as you like there by Marlon Bayer, carrying so much momentum out of turn number 17, and does allow Ella Hakkinen just to edge ever so slightly closer as we head through the very dying stage of this last qualifying heat of the day. Shilkunis clean and clear, 1 second ahead of Dan Alleman. Fatigue still sat there P3. It's the battle behind Fatigue between Zach Green, Sarah Matsoy and Marlon Bayer that's still wide open.
Yeah, indeed. And there is a list of your multiple retirements in this one. There's been quite a few retirements today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was relatively calm day for the field, despite those title fights at risk for many of the drivers. They kept their noses quite clean. Today, though, a different story. Very dramatic qualifying heats for all three classes, junior, mini and senior. But we go on to the last lap of this race with Marcus Shilkunis' lead holding at a superb 1 second. Dan Alleman still there in second place, has kept Fatigue at bay. That second attempt at an overtake during this race this time has kept it calm. Clara Kowalczyk will repurpose her. It's a nice move down the inside there, is getting those fighting done. That was past an Oscar Gallen, and that was a 10th place move up into 10th place. That's a good start. Not the biggest move up. That is still to Simon Hollander with 11 places gained. Currently sitting down in 22nd place. But at the front here once more, Marcus Shilkunis may be a championship elect, but he does not need to worry about where he's going to be starting for that final, because with this result, it's going to be a pole position for the last race of the season in the OKN senior category. Marcus Shilkunis wins ahead of Dan Alleman. Zach Green takes third, and that, I'm going to say, is his best result of the week so far. Ahead of Chiara Fatigue. Sarah Matsoy finishes in 5th place ahead of Marlon Bayer. Ella Hakkinen takes a P7 ahead of Vanessa Shilkanator, Rannik Vavra, and Klara Kowalczyk, who rounds out the top 10. A superb drive there from Marcus Shilkunas. The pilot of the 202 machine comes away with a superb finish once again from the second row of the grid. Steps through to take a P1. A very deserved win there for that young man. Despite the season being nearly at an end, he is still focused on fighting at the front end of this field. The rest of the drivers, the retirements in that race, quite the list of retirements. We had a non-starter as well. Max Lequan not heading out onto the circuit. He had a DNF earlier on. There is Guido Badoli, a very unfortunate chain coming off for him. Sees him out of this race. Other retirements: Anastasia Gerasis, Igor Tikhonov, Kasper Reipold, Wojciech Voda, Guido Badoli, Benjamin Borg, and Gary Teixeira, all out of that race. Certainly not the result they will have wanted, but still the final coming up later on today. The results for the seniors, though: Marcus Shilkunas taking the win ahead of Dan Alaman, Zach Green from Chiara Batik, Sana Matsui from Marlon Bayer, Ella Hakkinen from Vanessa Shilkanator, Rannik Vavra, and Klara Kowalczyk, who rounds out the top 10. The 11th place downwards, Oscar Gallin from Ryan Qureshi, Gianna Pascal rounded out the top 13, Dilia Islamov from Srivan Mohan, Tatiana Alexieva from Elias Leman, Pietro Kamalengo from Amelia Vishamirska, Timofey Savitianov there rounds out the top 20 ahead of Dylan Patel. Simon Hollander was the biggest mover out there, 11 places gained. He locked out the top 22. Start of the race, well, the first attempt there, a false start, which saw, unfortunately, the retirement from Igor Tikhonov out of the race before it even started. Then we had this start. Look at this, threading the eye of the needle down the inside. The two of the drivers from the front row, Chiara Batik and Dan Alaman, squeezed out of the way from Marcus Shilkunas, who was able to take the lead of that race. Then the spin in the background, Kasper Reipold, drama for him, another DNF, and it's just not been the week for him here in Alpha San as he struggled to try and get that kart restarted. He pushed it down the hill, but it was just not going to fire into life, and unfortunately the driver from Poland was out of another qualifying heat of the day. Another disastrous result as well for Anastasia Gerasis, also caught out on circuit, not being able to make it to the end. And the same there for Guido Badoli, that unfortunate chain coming off. Later, that drama as well for Gary Teixeira and Benjamin Borg. You could see the reaction from Benjamin Borg there, head in hands and not happy with what had happened. There was the first attempt for Dan Alaman to try and get past Chiara Batik. Couldn't quite get it done there. Later did it at turn number 12 down the inside and threw into second place and was able to break away from the rest of the field. Zach Green later on getting those moves done, same as Klara Kowalczyk. That move there on Oscar Gallin stepped her up inside the top 10. But meanwhile, at the front of the order, Marcus Shilkunas claims another qualifying heat win and starts on pole position for another final in 2025. Can he make it 8 final wins? We have to wait and find out as we head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, down here with Marcus Shilkunas. Marcus, the pole position in quali was taken away, but now it's pole position for the race that really counts, the final. Going into this final, last dance of the year, you know, for you, what's it going to feel like?
Yeah, it's probably my last race in karting, so I just want to enjoy and hopefully win this one.
And casting our minds back then to that race, you know, the first corner between you, Alaman and Chiara Batik, you know, you really showed some strong stuff there into the first turn. How did you manage to pull that off and, you know, really try and be strong and be aggressive with that as well?
In the outside line, and this track is usually not better, but for the beginning you don't take all the dirt and then I have had a bit more grip, I think, than them, and then managed to pull off the overtake.
Well, Marcus, like we say, we'll see you on pole position later on. Thank you very much. We'll go back up then into our commentary box, over to Anthony Jordan to hear about what we can expect from those finals.
Well, Nicole, I have no idea what we're going to expect from those finals because, well, we've already seen those second qualifying heats have been quite feisty. I don't even know what's going to happen in those finals, but we're going to have to wait and see because they'll be heading out on track at around 3 o'clock. But we'll be back a little bit before then with all the build-up before the finals at around 43 minutes. From myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, 3 more races to go of 2025. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you in a few. It's finally time. 2025, it's nearing its conclusion for the Champions of the Future Academy program. We are live here in the majestic city of Abu Dhabi, and just a few miles away from the city centre lies the Al Fassan International Kart Track. It has played host to the Champions of the Future for the last couple of years now, and for the Academy programme, it will end its 2025 campaign at the 1.2 kilometre circuit here in the beautiful Al Fassan Resort. Year of opening 2010, event record set by Marcus Shilkunis earlier on today. In time qualifying, the senior driver was able to put in a 54.125. No one has been able to go faster than that so far, and I don't think we'll be able to even in that final. The track, though, we're close to dive into it. It's 165 metres down that start-finish straight, a short run of only 80 metres towards turn number 10 from turn 9. It's around 1.2 kilometres in full track length, 8 metres wide, and an elevation change of 5 metres as it twists and turns and climbs up and down like a roller coaster here at the Al Fassan circuit. The turns, though, 17 of them in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them into turns 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and that final chicane as well, where he has seen a multitude of overtakes on those last laps, all vying for their chance to stand on the top step of the podium. Top speed, though, drivers will be reaching that down in towards turn number 10. They will hit around 110 kilometres an hour into that braking zone. They'll average around 98 across the lap. It is a fast circuit. It is demanding. And with the air temperatures reaching over 30 degrees so far this week, it's certainly been a true test for the drivers. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will be joining me a little bit later on in the commentary box. She is currently down on the grid, ready to chat to some of our drivers before they head out onto the circuit. But right now, it is all about what is going to be happening in these last 3 races, because the day has been quite a busy one for all 3 of the juniors, minis and seniors. But of course, with the final, it is one more race to go of the 2025 campaign. The junior title is still wide open. It could either be Conor Clancy, it could be the likes of Manny Nuvolini. We're not too sure. We'll have to wait and find out, because it's very, very close indeed as the field make their way out onto the circuit. It's the first final of the day, the last final of 2025 for the OKN Junior category. It's heading out on track, and it's coming up next. Well, OKN Junior are the first class to head out onto the track for their finals, and a closer look at the class itself. This is the drivers aged between the ages of 12 to 14 years old. 25 drivers entered into this week's event, and of course that is from 14 different nationalities from all over the world. They have come together throughout the entirety of the season when it kick-started back in Portimao to now here in Al Fassan. The karts themselves, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis powered by the Miami Reedster 125cc It's the OKN engine, of course, which means this one is 27 horsepower. You get rid of that restrictor, and you've got yourself an OKN senior engine. That's the cost-effective side of this platform. And then, of course, the minimum weight, 140 kg. Any driver or kart both underneath that will be instantly disqualified. They want to make sure they're above that. The tyres, the same set they've used from the start of the day for time qualifying, is the Vega XH4s, and this will be the set that they will take all the way throughout this last race of the season here in Alpha San, where the temperature still high, the track still dusty, and the tension on that grid now very, very strong. Well, at this moment, mathematically, nothing really can be done in that title. At a glance, you just got to get this kart to the very end of this race, but it has been a very close run all season, with Conor Clancy just taking that lead back in a lane in that title fight. There you can see on your screen Manny Nuvolini. He's seated not in his kart, but on his kart, ready to go for this one. He starts a little further back than I think he would like. He's on that 8th row of the grid, is the young Mercedes driver, but still has shown some great performances over the course of the 2025 season. Let's head down, though, to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, you were just talking of the talent of the drivers in this field, and I'm with somebody that maybe can tell us a little bit more. Gwen, you know, as somebody that has so much, influence over the talents for Mercedes. You're the head of the Young Junior Driver Development Program for Mercedes. You've worked closely with huge talent like Kimi Antonelli, pushing drivers through the ranks. For you, when you're and attend a kart race like this, what are you actually looking for from drivers?
Well, first we are following all drivers. We have 2 on the grid who will race this afternoon, Julia and Manny. And obviously we are spotting the talents of tomorrow and following few drivers I have seen during the season, take the opportunity to meet them and follow the races.
And of course, last year you had great talent within this field, Luna Flusha and James Anagnosiadis being 2 of those. This year, Manny is also in contention for a championship, so it's great success for Mercedes once again. And for you, Gwen, another question is drivers that maybe plateau in karting and don't manage to get much further, what separates those drivers from the ones that have that talent, get into single-seaters and really do rise through those ranks?
Well, I think it is like every sport, it's a natural selection, and when you are exceptional, I think you find always a solution to make it through. So I think it's just at the end of the day always a question of talent.
Well, Gwen, thank you very much for those insights. Thank you for joining us this week for racing. We're going to head into a grid walk now, and Gwen will let you watch these drivers head off very shortly. But going into who will be on that grid, of course, Conor Clancy and Manny Nuvolini, 2 of those, they are starting a little bit further back in the field. But on the front row, we've got drivers who last event for the championship, but have not stopped in their progress, one of which is Angelina Simmons. Angelina, of course, is part of the Discover Your Drive programme for 2025. A driver this week who's had so much pace, was on the podium yesterday with a P3 and now is hunting down a race win. Angelina, I'll get you to come over. Again, for you this week, you've had so much pace. You've looked really aggressive on the track as well with those overtakes. You've really been going for it. A win, do you think this is the time for you? Do you think that you can go out there and get one?
Yeah, I hope yes, but we'll see because the race is long and yeah.
Race is long, so race management, maybe if you're out there in the front, how does that come into things? Because if you go slightly offline when trying to defend, it makes the tyres dirty. It can then, really make you vulnerable to the drivers behind, but you've also got to try and keep that defensive posture. How does that come into it for you?
I mean, it's difficult when you have to defend because in this track especially, your tires get dirty because of the sand and yeah.
And of course, Angelina, this year you've been part of the Discover Your Drive initiative. For you, how much has that meant rounding up the season with this branded kart?
I mean, I'm really proud of being part of the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive program. And I'm super grateful for that.
Well, Angelina, we'll let you get concentrated front row, like we said. Congratulations on what has already been such a good week for you. We're going to head further back down this grid, further back to drivers who are in the sharp end of the field. Ji Hao Fei will be the driver starting directly behind Angelina Simmons. We've also got Veer Chopra in the sharp end of the field. We'll get Veer to come over. Veer, great racing from you this week. You know, you've been consistently fighting at the front. Last round of this championship, last moments. How does that come into play? You know, do you feel like that it actually gives you a boost of motivation to maybe go for those extra risky overtakes?
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing to lose, so I may as well go for whatever's there.
Well, Veer, thank you very much. Like we said, we've mentioned it time and time again, this is the last moments for these drivers within the 2025 season. We're going to head back up into the commentary box where I will join Anthony Jordan because our juniors are about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. And speaking of that grid, let's take you through it. OKN Junior Final, and it starts with Angelina Simmons on pole position. Can she come away with that first final win of the season? Tia Polican joining alongside. Ji Hao Fei and Veer Chopra going for row number 2. Albert Tam and Didier Kreef will lock out the top 6, and they go from row number 3. Leonidas Peruzzi has had a strong day today, but he starts as one of the 4th row of the grid, and he starts alongside the man who won the final yesterday, Axel Nocom, on that 4th row of the grid. Mitans Jain and Savale Kagay go from row number 5. They lock out the top 10. Keep a close eye on them in the mid-pack. And then, of course, you've got your champion-elect, Connor Clancy, on row number 6, starting alongside Julia Angelard. Aaron Mason has had some good pushes through the field today. Can he push once more from row number 7? He'll have Jan Michalesko for company alongside. Manny Nuvolini, who was in that title fight, now starts this on row number 8 with Savre Dudkowski alongside Alejandro Campos, and Nilnek Mush go from row number 9. They'll see the likes of Victoria Farfus and Elton Hedfords on row number 10. Caro Serra and Julia Monlair go from row number 11. Solomon Paragua and Emma Dowling go from row number 12, with Aran Kareshi starting all the way on the 25th spot on the grid. But let's see what will happen in this one. For the rest of the field, it's all down to what happens. But right now, it's OKN Junior, and it's not far from getting underway.
It's not far from getting underway, indeed, Anthony. But before we've all even managed to go racing, there is some major drama out there. Manny Nuvolini's kart is still being worked on by mechanics.
Dear.
He isn't currently on the circuit. He's tucked away in one of the tyre bays.
Oh,
there's the empty
car.
grid spot for Nuvolini's kart. So whether or not those mechanics can get the kart going, the radiator was off. There you can see Darren Clark, our chief scrutineer, just signalling to these mechanics of where they should and shouldn't be stood, because, of course, you can only do so much to that chassis. So the driver who is in championship contention could find himself in a spot of bother before we've even gone into this final. And talking of drivers' championship standings, there they are. Connor Clancy, 505 points to his name, ahead of Mercedes young junior driver of Nuvolini, and Angelina Simmons, the driver who will be starting right at the front, is in a strong and pretty comfortable P3. Clancy versus Nuvolini. But for now, I think Connor Clancy could be sat there a little bit comfortable, a little bit happy, knowing what's going on to the sidelines.
Yeah, indeed. This is certainly going to be an interesting one for Angelina Simmons there, like you mentioned, in 3rd place in those points. Well, sits a fair chunk behind. Well, less than 50 points behind. So, yeah, if it could be a chance of getting 2nd in the title, that could be one to see, especially with that kart missing from that 15th spot on the grid. Whistle blowing, last 2 words of encouragement, and there you can see Ji Hao Fei starting this on the 2nd row of the grid. Did take a podium out in a lane last week. Can that be converted into another one here in Alphasan? We are moments away from finding out the last few sprays of the magic spray there in the compression valve to make sure these karts do get fired up and going. It's going to be an interesting one. Here is your previous race winners from the rounds gone by. Race 1 and Race 2 in Portimao was Casper Reipold and Albert Tam. That was your first 2 different winners. Then we went to Valencia. We then saw Leonidas Peruzzi and Connor Clancy. They gave us 4 different winners. Jezero saw Didier Kreef. That gave us winner number 5. It then saw Connor Clancy, the first ever double winner in those finals back in Jezero. Then the later part of the season as well, we went to Slovakia. Then we saw Remy Samček for the first and only appearance for him over the year, and he came and dominated in Slovakia. Then we saw Alain Qureshi and Connor Clancy taking it in Elaine, and then of course Axel Nokop making it multiple different final winners over the course of the 2025 season. And with one more race to go, could we change that number even more? Could we add Angelina Simmons to that list? Could we add Veer Chopra? Could we add Tia Polakan? Or could we add the likes of Ji Hao Fei to that list? That is what we are waiting to find out.
Well, who we're not going to add is Mani Nuvolini on the timing screens. He's not
He
clocking.
is now.
Oh, okay. He is clocking up now, so Nuvolini has managed to get it going. That work by the mechanic looks like it's sorted the issue out. So maybe it's not completely over for the French driver. You were saying then, Anthony, so many drivers could maybe take a maiden win within this one. Of course, Angelina Simmons did take an on-track win last week in our lane, was taken away for post-race penalties. Maybe she could get an official one here today. All of this will be decided under the watchful eye then of Martin Bean, our race director, who's primed, prepped and ready for this last OKN Junior final of the year.
Certainly so. There you can see air temperature 49 degrees. The track is dry, but also dusty. You go off that racing line, a lot of sand and dust is kicked up, makes it so incredibly slippery for the drivers here in the junior class. And we have been chatting to a lot of the drivers and say, how is the track feeling? A lot of the reports say it is just, well, they say it's like driving on water right now. It is just that little bit slippy, but when the races get going, you know, it clears away quite nice on the racing line, but off that racing line you can see the difference in terms of colour of the tarmac here. You can see that darker black racing line, and then of course offline you see how the dusty and brown it is there with all the dust out there on the track. Makes it incredibly challenging to get an overtake in, but the drivers have been making it work so far this week. For the last time in OKN Junior in 2025, it's lights out, fights on here in Alpha San, and it's a lightning start for Angelina Simmons, but keep an eye on Tia Polakan, who's going to try and go the long way round the outside at turn number 2, but it's not going to work out. The rest of the field slotting just behind, and already you're seeing the lightning start from Ji Hao Hui, the number 41 machine from that second row of the grid. Has got up into second place, but immediately is under pressure once more from Tia Polakan. Veer Chopra, who started this race in P4, is now starting his way there further back in the field. He's lost out to positions to Albert Tam, who's made it up and passing into P4.
Good start there by Mani Nuvolini, who had to start at the back of the grid, has already made up by eye around 5 positions to try and claw his way back up the field to try and salvage a result. Further up then, Angelina Simmons, great start by the driver out there in the front as yellow flags go out in the background. Simon Piagua out of the race already. Piagua will retire and go no further. Is he trying to get it actually push started once more? That's it, stopped by the marshal. And another driver out there will also not continue. So it's Piagua that is out. An incident, I'm sure, was what was caused by what caused those yellow flags. They'll be set to 2.
Yeah, indeed. 2 other drivers as well have been caught out, I think. Neil Nakmush and Elton Hedfors, unfortunately, have both not come through. And there is Neil Nakmush walking away, and we saw the other driver there of Elton Hedfors, unfortunately also out of the race, which is a big shame for them. But hopefully their fight back in 2026 will be as strong as this one. But now it focuses on the rest of this 15-lap final. And already look at this for Angelina Simmons at the front of this grid. Has already opened up a 7/10 lead from the drivers behind in the form of Tia Polakan and Ji Hao Hui. Those two have swapped positions once again, and the top 5 now are back in their original starting order of this race. Peruzzi is on the charge, as only can watch on is Leon Hedfords there out of the race. Tia Polakan, though, is your fastest driver. There in second place. The gap is already down to half a second.
Simmons, though, doing a good job so far to not get rattled, to hold on to that race lead. No major mistakes by her, of course. Polakan out there in P2 with that slight advantage, with the chase, with the toe, with the gauge of where to go in a little bit later on that race. You can watch what Simmons is doing. Nice move down the inside. That's Peruzzi getting some work done. Albert Tam is the driver. He has just swapped positions with Nuvolini. Oh, it goes from bad to worse. He's now under investigation for cutting the track.
Indeed, yeah, that's going to make his chances of getting up that order a lot harder here. Still, though, race goes on as Alejandro Campos now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. There was a brief look there at Didier Creep trying to go for the moves. And speaking of moves, that's Shi Halfway getting muscled out of the way as the field goes through. Axel Nocom down the inside with Creep as the two of them try to push their way forward. Albert Tam going defensive now from Veer Chopra as Peruzzi has managed to get his way up into third place and now sets the fastest lap of the race. As quickly as it all settles down, it picks up again, and the new fighting group now at the front. Still Simmons from Polycam, but it's Peruzzi from Tam, Chopra from Nocom, Jane from Creek, the top 8.
Simmons then buying some more real estate out there in the front. 6/10 she has ahead of Polycan, so nice and settled with that race lead. Actual championship then, let's mention it throughout this race. Conor Clancy, of course, is your leader. 511 points. That is a huge moment down the start, finish straight. That is a rear wheel completely off. Is that the case that the axle has snapped? Anglard, they're in some trouble. Has the axle actually
the axle's
snapped?
Completely snapped there. Yeah, completely missing. That is something I've not seen in a long time there. And thankfully, Julia Anglard okay, but that's a complete failure of the rear axle there on that number 21 machine. And is this how this transpired? Oh yeah, it's happened a long way down the straight. Very lucky there for the other drivers to avoid that, but that is a very scary moment there for Julia. But thankfully up and out of the kart, but unfortunately out of this final. For the rest of the field now, the job is still simple. Push forward and try and close that gap up to that young lady there, Angelina Simmons of Spain, who is yet to claim that first final win officially on paper this season. Did have a brief spell at it in a lane, unfortunately was taken away from her. But for the rest of this field now, they're really starting to show some pace. Nocom now is the fastest driver out there. He's pushing through the field after he started this race P9. After that disaster in that second qualifying heat, he is pushing his way through the field now.
Simmons and Polycan then matching each other on pace over the previous laps, both in those 55.5, so neither of them really fluctuating in pace to each other. This is the chase between drivers further back. We have Leonidas Peruzzi as part of this battle, of course. Peruzzi strong yesterday, had that pole position today. It's not quite been as strong as he would have wanted, but now he is on the right track to be in a shot of a podium. We go then through the second sector once more. These drivers at this point in the weekend, Anthony, so tired. Every single one of them have said it's such a physical circuit. You know, you're really jumping over those curbs. You're having to push with your outside arm, deal with the grip that exists out there, deal with those cambered corners as well. And this is a long final for them. It's really a test of mental endurance, physical endurance. It's a test for the best.
Yeah, it certainly is, with the temperatures high as well. Certainly a real endurance for all the drivers. Here, though, on your screen, fights still raging on. Tam under pressure from Veer Chopra. You can see how they are trying to chase down Peruzzi at the moment. Conor Clancy, though, currently first in those rankings, is looking mighty clear from the rest of the field, with Nuvolini well down there in 13th place. He's not looking at adding any points at the moment to his tally, and that title of being first is driving away. But there down the inside, Veer Chopra on the move past Albert Tam down turn number 7, and that is a nice change and up into 4th place.
Last race of the year for these drivers, and I think that's changing the mentality of many of them. There's nothing to lose for drivers in our field at this stage if they're not inside of that top 3. you might see them take those riskier moves, be a little bit more bold and brave with it. I think that's what you're seeing from Peruzzi there, who's going to try his best to jump into that top 3. I don't think it's going to be possible for him this weekend, but he's trying there to get himself further up in this order. Simmons still out in the front. I maybe thought that, being a leader in this week for one of the first times, she'd maybe trip over herself slightly. It is difficult to lead a race, but she hasn't at all. She has impressed me, Anthony, time and time again, has just dropped half a tenth. Oh, nice battles going on further in the background behind her, though. That's Albert Tam being hustled hard. The number 14 getting himself all involved with Veer Chopra. It's all no comp as well. But Simmons there, at the front, hasn't put a foot wrong so far within this race. Really stellar performance.
Yeah, indeed, and the same for all the drivers here. They've all done some brilliant work, and as soon as Axel Nocom had gained that position from Tam, Tam has taken it back at turn number 12, retakes that and is holding up here the rest of the field, and they're both fights to push forward in this field. Replay here of Peruzzi. The move down the inside there earlier on Sarah Polakan. That's a nice move there, and up into second place. With all that fighting going on, the gap at the front has stayed the same. Peruzzi to Simmons, the gap was 0.6 of a second. They've just broken the timing beam in towards sector number 2, and it's come down to half a second now as once more Nocom is hustling here, as you mentioned earlier on. Albert Tam trying to get that move done again at turn number 8, but just hasn't got the waft out of the turn. And this is a man who is looking to see if he can try and get on that podium after yesterday's final win. Well,
Connor Clancy there, mid-pack for Connor, has broken into the top 10. He's trying to push forward ahead of Savli Kagay, Didier Kriefs and Mitansh Jain. Today, I think maybe he's just fallen a bit short in the racing, where he's got that pressure on his shoulders of the championship. But of course, right now, as it stands, 515 points to his name. He doesn't outscore the record set by James Anagnostiadis in 2024, but he does follow on, and he could potentially be walking on as the second driver in this championship to take that junior crown. For now, though, on the road, it's still a P10. He's got some work to put in, work being put in right now. Anthony, Axel Nocom still trying to weave his way past Tam there. Nocom, after that previous result where, Chain Guard came off in the second heat after a good run throughout qualifying in heat number 4, almost for Axel Nocom there. Within this one, I think he's feeling fiery. I think he feels like he really wants to break into that top 3.
Indeed, it's Mitansh Jain again down the inside. He tried it a few corners ago, and he's tried it again on Axel Nocom, but it's not worked out for him. And now Didier Krief has closed right in and is part of this fight. As soon as Nocom was battling away with the likes of Albert Tam up ahead, he has seemingly lost pace and lost traction now and has fallen into the clutches. And speaking of falling into the clutches, Angelina Simmons is falling into the clutches here of Leonidas Peruzzi. That's another fastest lap of the race for the Emirati, and that gap has come down to 0.4 of a second. Krieft again is piling on the pressure to Mitansh Jain, but I'm just watching that nose cone of Didier Krief, and it looks to be bobbing up and down just that little bit. He might not be out of the woods yet in this race, but the gap at the front has simmered down even more. It's down to 0.2 of a second. The fight for the race lead of this final is on with only 3 laps to go.
Peruzzi has found something over the past couple of laps, Anthony. Peruzzi has got something extra, whether or not it's physical endurance in what is such a long race, or if it's the case that the tyre pressures have now come on for him. Is it just confidence? Is it the chase? Is it him knowing that this is the last moment to try and get this final win in? We don't know just yet, but what we do know is he's under half a second behind Angelina Simmons now. He could be about to contend for this race lead. Campos puts out a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. Campos will drop down the order. Of course, he's already a little bit further down. That's bad news out there on the track. Nice little battle still going on then as we head through this stage of the race. this point in the weekend, we're going to see drivers really going for these ambitious moves. Are we going to see it between Theo Palakland and Veer Chopra? We will have to find out. But I'm so intrigued on this one because Peruzzi is edging closer and closer. It was half a second, now it's 4/10.
Indeed, but it's gone up and down quite considerably over this last lap. He looks a lot faster in the exit of that first sector here. And already the gap that was 0.2 of a second only a lap ago is back down to 0.2 of a second once more. And that's the first check over the shoulder for Angelina Simmons. That is just a straight green light to Leonidas Peruzzi to attack on this one. It's the first sign that Angelina is aware that Peruzzi is behind. She'll be hearing the engine getting louder and louder just behind as the gap closes in. And there is no worse feeling for a driver knowing that you are pushing as hard as you can, but the gap continues to close in. But here in this final sector, she just looks a little bit more confident through that tight and twisty left-right all the way through it. The gap's opened back up again, back to 0.3 of a second. But again, it's when we get to here, sector number 1. This is where Peruzzi looks faster. And straight away, you're seeing it once again. On that rear bumper, the gap on this final lap is down to just 0.1 of a second between these two as they now will go wheel to wheel for this final lap. Angelina Simmons is fighting for her first final win of the season for Leonidas Peruzzi. He is looking to see if he can claim another one in 2025. The two of them are absolutely line astern into the third and final sector of 2025. It's OKN Junior, it's Angelina Simmons and Leonidas Peruzzi all the way to the very end. She'll go defensive, but is it going to be enough? Can Peruzzi get the whole shot? The answer's no. Angelina Simmons had to wait to the very last race, but she's done it. She wins the last final of 2025, and the OKN Junior driver for the F1 Academy Discover Your Driving Initiative takes her first final win of the season, and she can hardly believe it. It's a lights the flag finish for the young lady from Spain. She's waited a long time for this moment, but finally she can rejoice and stand on that top step of the podium later on today. Leonidas Peruzzi takes second place. Albert Tam will take third at the end. Both drivers pushing forward from the field. But Theo Palakland, he will miss out on a podium in the last final of the season. For Veer Chopra, it's a top 5. Axel Nocom, the final winner from yesterday. That drama in the second qualifying heat has put him down to P6 in this race. He's still a gain of 2 places, but that's put him through. But with Simmons taking her first win of the season, for Connor Clancy, it is a title win in 2025 for Connor Clancy with a total of 519 points. Is your Champions of the Future Academy Program Series winner in 2025. An incredible drive this season for that young man. He took the lead back in Alain, just ahead of Manny Nuvolini. After a tough week of racing, he has finally found himself with a title here in the Academy program for Connor Clancy. But there is celebrations and emotions for Angelina Simmons. She's done what she's needed to do here. And finally, here in Alphasan, she can stand tall and proud on that top step of the podium. But for Connor Clancy, it's a series win. He takes the junior title in 2025, and he will, of course, celebrate that title win as well. For Manny Nuvolini, it may have not been the last final race he would have wanted, but he secures second in the series. And for Angelina Simmons, she squeezes her way to third in the points. Only a handful of points behind Manny Nuvolini. That title fight at that very end was just enough for Nuvolini to hold on to P2. But Angelina is going to come away with 2 titles here and there. Connor Clancy, I'm sure, can't quite believe it. He's done it. The young Emirati in 2025 will claim that series title in the junior category. And look what it means to him. 519 points. He had to fight fiercely over the course of this season, where he pushed his way through. It was a win out in round 2 in Valencia. It was then a win and a double podium out in Jesolo. Slovakia wasn't kind to Clancy, and he lost out on that title lead. He came to a lane, and another title win put him at the top spot. And here this weekend, the more fighting as well put him exactly where he wants it. The final result sees Angelina Simmons take the race win ahead of Leonidas Peruzzi and Albert Tam. 1, 2, 3 ahead of the rest of the field. Teo Polokan from Veer Chopra, Axel Nocom from Mitansh Jain, Didier Creed from Conor Clancy, who finishes in P9. Samuel Ekage rounds out the top 10. Zhu Haofei takes P11 from Aaron Mason. Jan Michalesco from Aran Qureshi, who gained 11 places in that race to finish in P14. Mani Nuvolini, it's a P15, not the result the Frenchman would have wanted, but he still comes away with a second place in the title fight ahead of Victoria Farfus in 16th place. Sarah Dukoski from Emma Dowling from Caracera, Julie Monlair and Alejandro Campos. But let's head down to Parc Ferme, because I can imagine there's quite a few emotions down there.
There absolutely are then, Anthony. Angelina, what a race. Last race of the year. What a time to do it. So well deserved. We can see, you know, on the stream how much that meant to everybody, your whole family, your whole team, yourself, Iron Dames, everybody that's involved. But we want to know about what was going through your head when you saw that checkered flag, because you have just won that final.
Well, I'm super happy. I don't know what to say. Well, like, I was just trying to put my head down and just go forward. And the last lap I saw Peruzzi was coming behind me, and I was like, I need to close because I need to win this.
Well, you said you needed to, and that is what you have just done. Angelina Simmons, we will see you on the podium, number 1 here in this final. Congratulations. That concludes our junior winner, but it doesn't stop there, because next up will be our minis.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. We will see the Mini 60 category head out onto the circuit very, very soon, which will see the 30 drivers take to the track in just a moment's time. Will it be the likes of Achilles Peruzzi, or will it be Zane Burgess who will be standing up on the top step of the podium a little bit later on? We are moments away from finding out, as one final down, 2 to go, with those minis coming out very, very soon. But while we wait for that, let's have a look at some of the moments in this race, because, well, there were quite a few dramatic moments. That very scary moment there for Julia Anglard. Unfortunately, that kart just grinding to a halt, and the rear axle completely failing there. Albert Tam having his good little fight. He was able to get up into 3rd place right to the very end. This moment here, and you could see what it means to Angelina Simmons crossing the line and celebrating in a spectacular fashion there. But a great job done from them and all of the juniors in the 2025 campaign. Their fight is done, which sees Conor Clancy claim the title in 2025. Mani Nuvolini 2nd, and Angelina Simmons, with that final win, secures 3rd in the championship title fight. But like we say, 2 more races to go. We will see the minis out on track in just a second's time, and there you can see the smiles all around for the young winners here. And there for the F1 Academy team here, of course, Angelina Simmons. She is backed by the Discover Your Drive initiative. She's had a great season so far, but finally at the end of the 2025 season, she can claim that first final win. It's been a long wait coming for her, but finally she can stand proud on that top step of the podium for Spain. But like we say, for Mini 60, the championship and the title fight is done. There is nothing anyone can do in this one to catch the young man from Italy. Nicolo Perico has done everything he needed to. The final yesterday, that result did secure that title. But today is where he will celebrate it. This final here, no matter what happens, he will stand proud on that top step of the podium. He is clear by over 100 points on Wyn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess, but it is still close between the two Americans. The fight is still on for Gottschalk and Burgess. Be crucial to see how they get on, and that's a beautiful shot, that is. Angelina Simmons being congratulated, and that is quite the sight. It is a family sport, of course. It is a long time coming for her, but what a result for that young lady from Spain. She can finally stand on that top step, and I'm sure that's going to be quite the cheer we will hear later on for that one. And there's a nice Alan McNish who's here to celebrate there as well, and giving those last few words to Angelina Simmons, who was, I'm sure, very, very delighted with that one. And I'm sure will be a keen one to watch over the next few years, as her and her junior racing is starting to really get her hands well dove in to the world of racing. And could we see her in a Formula car in a couple years' time? Well, we will have to wait and see, but certainly a very bright future is ahead of that young lady. And of course, for many of the other drivers as well. Of course, for Connor Clancy, he'll be another driver to really watch out for in the near future, as he, of course, also steps up. That title win puts him in a strong spot. But as we say, Mini 60 is the next class, and it's coming up next. Well, Mini 60 now will be heading out onto the circuit for their final 13 laps, 15.5 kilometre race distance. They'll be heading out onto the track for their race. And like we were saying, Achilles Peruzzi and Zane Burgess will be starting it on that front row of the grid. Could either one of these drivers take that top step of the podium? For Achilles Peruzzi, he is looking to claim that first final win of the 2025 campaign from the front row of that grid. But it's coming up next. It's Mini 60. Stay tuned. Mini 60 is next to brace this circuit, and this is for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old. 34 entries into the weekend, 25 of which part of the under 10 category, and 18 different nationalities being represented here this weekend. It is just whittled down to the 30 drivers that will be taking part in this race. An unfortunate withdrawal from the event for Timur Garapov after an injury in a previous racing season, out of this fight. But still, the fight is on for the rest of the field. A closer look at the karts that they're using as well. The Paralin Opportunity chassis, powered by the TM Mini 360cc engine. It is only 12 brake horsepower, but they are some of the fastest little karts we will see racing this weekend. 14,000 RPM with a minimum weight of 110 kilos. Any gram underneath that, you are instantly disqualified from the racing. Tyres that are used for the drivers this week, the same as it's been all season. The Vega M1 tyres, and again, it is the one dry set allocated to the drivers per day. If they don't look after these in the qualifying heats of the qualifying, they will be struggling in this final. Well, hopefully that won't be the case for this field of drivers, who will hopefully be all primed and ready to go. Now, this race due to start at 3:30. You can see that is in about 40 seconds' time. There might be a slight delay to this one as they head onto the circuit. But again, that would have been through to the clean-up operation from that previous junior final. But for all these drivers now, it is their last race of the season. And let's head down to the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, thank you very much, Anthony. We're down here with our first guest for this grid walk, Gabriel Mini. Gabriel, F2 for you this year, Formula 2 with Prema, with Alpine as well. But the karting journey is what brought you to Formula 2. For you, watching these minis, what's it like? Because, you know, years ago, this would have been you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this season has been not the best, but yeah, we're racing in F2 with Prema, and now I'm here with all my friends, all the mechanics, and all the people I worked with in the past. And it's great to see everyone, especially with the team that I grew up with. And as I said, I think it's the best one to grow up and stay with.
And talking of that team, of course, you were with Paralin throughout your entire karting journey. Paralin are, the chassis that all these drivers on the grid are sat in. For you, how important is it to have that strength in the team that you have to really be quick in karting and really get those results?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I stayed pretty much my whole career, did 60 Mini, OK Junior and OK Senior, all with the same team and with the same people. And I think, apart from the chassis being, amazing, I think it's really good to work with a team such as them, because they help you grow, and that's the most important as a driver, to grow well and, to continue that path.
And these drivers behind us, they'll be looking at you, they'll be thinking one day I want to be, essentially in the race boots of Gabriel Mini. I want to be aiming for F2 and, of course, F1, where you're still trying to get to and aiming for. Some advice maybe that you would give to the Minis, what would it be?
Well, to be honest, I mean, as you said, a few years ago, I'd say 6 years ago, I was in exactly the same position as them, and I believe also the people that now are in F1 or, fighting for championships have been all in the same position at one point. So the only thing and the only advice that I can give them, is to keep working, keep believing in it. And I think if you do them correctly, the good things will come.
Well, Gabriel, thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you go and watch these drivers head off, and we'll go behind Gabriel then to the drivers that will be part of this last Mini 60 final of the year, one of which will be Zane Burgess. Zane, then the Andretti-backed driver who's had such a strong season this year, will be starting on your front row for, of course, like we said just a moment ago, the last Mini 60 final of the year. Zane, last one for you this year. You started this season so strong at our first round when we were over in Europe. Now you're starting this last final strong on the front row. Zane, how are you feeling?
Good. Just have to keep in the front. Just finish the championship.
And Zane, weekend after weekend that we've seen from you, you've really impressed us with the overtakes that you managed to pull off. You're going to obviously try and stay right at the front within this one, but where it gets busy with these drivers, plan on showing some of those impressive overtakes once more?
Maybe.
Zane, we'll let you get that helmet on then, and good luck for this one. Behind Zane, of course, will be Nicolo Perico. Perico, the driver who is likely to take this championship in what will be not too long. We're going to head back up then, like we say, last Mini 60 final of the year.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, the last Mini 60 final of the year, and let's take you through that starting grid. Achilles Peruzzi and Zane Burgess will be going from row number 1. The title fight for P2 in the championship is still up for grabs between himself and Gosjorg. Ava Lawrence and Nicolo Perico, they'll be going from row 2. That title is secured for the Italian, but he's got to finish this race before he can celebrate it. Win Gosjorg and Liam Nachiwati go from row number 3. Ilias Sami and Baptiste Augustine go from row number 4. They'll have Francesco Lisgnoli and Lorenzo Zacchetto on row number 5. Tia Palfrain and Sofia Rodenko going from row number 6. Amin Pantoli and Samar Chopra go from row number 7. There we'll see Manuel Calendi and Maximilian Schilling on row number 8. Atika Mir and Josh Bergman will lock out the top 18 on row number 9. Eden Kaserovic and Alonso Gonzalez go from row 10. There we'll see Jan Garzielik and Ronald Ventner on row 11. Giovanni Desani Jr. and Milo Cornell will round out row number 12. Jan Vavra and David Chiov go from row number 13. Hopefully David is on that grid, had a moment earlier on, hopefully. He is out there. Luashu Metabula and Joy Alaman will go from row number 14. It's Joy's first appearance in the Academy programme alongside elder brother Dan Alaman, who we'll see racing out in the seniors. Adam Hoffman and Albert Quaver go from row number 15, and I'm pretty sure we will not see a Timur Garipov out there on track as well. Also pulled out of the weekend with an unfortunate injury. We'll have to wait and see who clocks up as they head out, because unfortunately I'm locked away in a dark and cold room miles away from the track, and Nicole Sutherland's felt so bad she's joined me in this box. But the championship there on your screen, Perico leading that one, no drama for him. He can just sail to whatever position he wants in this, and he's crowned a title winner. For Wyn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess, the two Americans, will go wheel to wheel in this one. The fight for second and third in the title is still very much up for grabs.
There's some tension down there on that track. Anthony, you can feel the atmosphere. You can feel how much both Wyn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess want this P2. We are going to find out which of those drivers, the driver from USA, or is it going to be the driver from Curacao? We will find out. These minis then fired into life off of that start-finish straight to complete their formation laps, led by none other than Achilles Peruzzi and Zane Burgess on that front row. There is the Paralympic team, the team who has really supported every single one of our Michelin 60s throughout this season, you know, pushing them forward and looking after those chassis.
Yeah, indeed. They're saying, thank goodness this is over. 2025 has been very busy, and it has been busy for the drivers as well. Nicolo Perico dominated the first round in Portimao. Valencia saw Vincente Capella and Wyn Gottschalk. Zane Burgess and Nicolo Perico once again saw them taking the wins out in Jesolo in northern Italy. Slovakia was all about the two Americans, Wyn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess, taking the two different final wins, and then the remainder of this season has been the Nicolo Perico show. Alain and Alphasan so far has been dominated by the Italian, but will it be a fourth win at the end of the season alongside his two that he won earlier on in the season? But we're all falling down to this one here now. Like we say, Perico's won it. Fight still on there for P2. For the rest of the field here, it's just a case of who's going to stand on the podium for the last time this season. We are moments away from finding out. The drivers end their first laps. Can confirm that David Sheoff is out on track. The pilot of the 857 machine, it's starting this race in 26th place, is out there, which is good to see. I know he had a bit of discomfort earlier on. Can confirm, though, that Timur Garipov not out there. So it is just the 30 runners for this final and the last race of the 2025 campaign.
This is going to be spectacular. This is going to be edge of your seat, eye-watering racing. We know that that is always the case with Mini 60, but we've got fights going on with this one. We've got big championship rivals going into this last final. Let's see how this one unfolds. For now, though, just a few more corners for Achilles Peruzzi and Zane Burgess to slow down the rest of the field, bunch them up going into those tram lines so that they can try and bolt off and get racing. Of course, the field, long races for these drivers in those mini karts. It's not easy around this circuit. 17 turns in total, 1.2 kilometres in length, banked, cambered corners that makes it so physical for these drivers.
Certainly does. Mini 60 is about to get underway. 2025 is near completion as it is lights out and fights on here in Alphasan. And it's a lightning start for the inside row. Keep an eye on Ava Lawrence. Can she come away with a second place through the likes of turns 1 and 2? The answer is no. She has slotted there into third place. But the rest of the field going through. One driver getting squeezed in the middle of the pack there as they all try to push their way forward. I think that might have been the likes of Atika Mir trying to gain those positions in the early stages. The rest of the field going through. Keep an eye on them, because what has happened there to the rest of the field, everyone pushing forward, but some mighty big gaps are starting to form here already. But crucially, at the front, you're seeing this huge getaway for Achilles Peruzzi. Zane Burgess has held on to second place. There in third place is the likes of, I think, is that Elias Sami, who's had a brilliant start to his race? It is. He's there in third place. Fourth place is Nicolo Perico, and he's fending off an entire train of Mini 60s.
Ava Lawrence then muscling out to Wyn Gottschalk, not allowing that driver to get past, but there he goes down the inside at turn number 16. Gottschalk gets past Lawrence and leaves her to the rest of that huge train Forming behind is Peruzzi from Burgess, Ilyas Sami as your trio that have broken away at the front. Perico has maintained that P4 for now, has not made up any positions. And then shortly behind the Italian is Lisnioli, Godschalk, Lawrence, Baptiste Augustin, who's going to be chasing down for another podium. It was a P3 here yesterday. Nice moves down the inside. That's Baptiste Augustin, I think, trying to get past Ava Lawrence, who tries to return the favour and does get that position back. But Augustin fighting down for another podium. P3 yesterday. He wants another one. Spoke to him. He's hungry for this one, Anthony.
Certainly is. All of these drivers are over the course of this season. The wins have been dominated by the USA and Italy. Perico taking the 5 wins. Godschalk's seen 3 and Burgess has seen 2 of them. Right now, Peruzzi's looking to see if he can claim his first of the 2025 season. Down the inside there, big look to the inside there, and that, I think, was Nachiwati pushing through, maybe Zucchetto, but all the fights are happening. Kalendi on the charge now, was down the inside. Etzi Kamir tries to go down the inside, and that has not worked out too well. Schilling there, Bergman and Pantoli all involved in that fight, and you can see they're starting to trip over each other just that little bit for the mid-pack, and all the meanwhile, the drivers at the front here have broken away. Peruzzi's lead, round 7/10 of a second, but Ilyas Sami now on a 4-place gain has latched onto the rear bumper now of Zane Burgess. Now, these are 2 of the mini under-10 categories. You can see the sparks flicking up there from underneath the chassis here as they push forward as hard as they can. Now, the question remains, is it in Ilyas Sami's best interest to push forward, as unfortunately I just saw a name tumble down the order there, and I'm concerned that it might have been the man who started on the 3rd row of the grid, Liam Nachiwati, I think might be out of this race. But yeah, back to that question, is Sami going to work with Burgess to close that door, or is it going to open up a little bit more? Well, he's going to answer the question for me. Down the inside at turn number 3, takes it away from Burgess and steps up into 2nd place. Now it's in their best interest to work with each other here to close the gap up to Peruzzi ahead, because the gap now is 9/10 of a second.
Zane Burgess and Wyn Godschalk are fighting it out, not on the track, but in those championship points for that P2. But they're both in a very similar position here. They're both paired with the driver on track that is not at all involved in the championship. Burgess is there with Ilyas Sami, and then Wyn Godschalk is looking at the back bumper of Lisnioli there. So both may be in a bit of trouble when it comes to those points. They're not split up by many at all. It's only 5 between them to decide that P2. Sami still leading Burgess out of the final sequence of turns. And actually, Sami is holding up Burgess now because Nicola Perico has gone purple and has massively caught up to this duo. Up the hill they would go into the hugely tight right-hander, back down the roller coaster hill to run back up into the 2nd sector. These drivers running over those rumble strips, trying to open up these 17 turns to keep that minimum speed nice and high. Here he goes. Perico is arriving for this battle for P2. Is he going to go for it? Not just yet. Stays 4th.
This is where a young driver becomes an adult driver in these sort of scenarios. Nicolo Perico needs to make a big decision here. Is he going to stick behind, or is he going to immediately attack? If he attacks, he's going to lose time, and he's going to attack immediately. And this is going to allow Peruzzi to break away at the front. Yes, you are a title winner so far this season, but surely you want to stand on the top step of that podium as well at the end of the weekend. And at this moment, if you fight with these 2, there is no chance of that happening. It's a long way to go in this race, and the chance of being able to close in is still available. But now this isn't going to help, because Burgess is down the inside. Sami holds on to 3rd. Perico, now as quickly as he was gaining time, is really starting to lose it, and he looks to the inside now and thinks, right, we cannot do this, we need to work together, and he knows it, immediately communicates to Sami, let's stop doing this, let's push forward, let's close that 1.2 second gap.
Perico then, I would say, attempted pretty much 2 half moves in a row, but that 3rd move, that move on Ilyas Sami, was a dominant one to say we need to push forward now. In 2024, when we were at this circuit, it was Perico and Achilles Peruzzi that took those final wins. Of course, Perico had that final win yesterday, and now it's like deja vu because Peruzzi is out there on the front, currently on the right track to be in for a final win. It is 1.2 seconds that he has between himself as Burgess. Burgess gets overtaken on top of the hill now. Nico Perico down the inside and immediately signals to say, push, let's go get Peruzzi.
Yeah, and I think for Perico and, you know what, for Burgess and Sammy on this one, this is where they kind of want to be. But now they're going to get Wyn Gottschalk involved in this fight. He's just gone fastest behind them. He's closing in on the back of Lisgnoli, who you can see is closing in on the back of these trio as well. But the gap now is 1.2. We're lap number 7, going on to lap 8 of 13. There is still time in this race, but they really have to spend these next few laps not fighting. They need to push forward if they want to fight for that top spot, and already the gap is down 0.2 of a second. They've got to see this communication from the sidelines as well. The mechanics are there to assist. If they look over the shoulder, they'll probably see the same signal, and that signal will be to push, 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 and close that gap up.
Yeah, but Burgess is going to be there in that P3, thinking of that P2 in the championship. He wants to make up these points. Does he do that by using with Perico to get to Achilles Peruzzi and then try and overtake both of them? Or does he sit there, settle? It's a big question mark here. Wyn Gottschalk now, for the second time in a row, puts in that purple lap. Gottschalk will be watching this from not that far behind. There you can see him just exiting out of that second sector, probably hoping that these drivers, Perico, Burgess and Ilyas Sammy, start to battle, that he can relax a little bit more. He's still holding on to that P2 in the championship for now, but he wants to be able to drive this race without any nerves. Perico still holding on to this P2 and taking chunks out of Achilles Peruzzi, 8.5 tenths of a second after they exit out the second. Or that Joy Alleman out there in a bit of discomfort. See if she tumbles down the order. We have lost one of the minis.
No, I think that's Milo Cornell who's had the spill there. He's not come through sector number 2, has the pilot of the 856 and is tumbling down the order. And Milo Cornell there, I think, had quite a significant accident out there. But at the front of the field, they have now got the message here. The 3 behind are closing in. The gap is down now to 0.6 of a second. Peruzzi's lead is at this moment at risk. Sammy there was looking down the inside there of Burgess, but he does not want to do that right now. He does not want to risk this train closing in. Look at this now. It's down to half a second already. These 3 have really dialed it in now, but they're going to need to wait. They have to wait until they're right on the rear bumper, but they're going to have to wait for Perico to go for that first move. If Burgess goes for the move on Perico, they lose Peruzzi. If Sammy goes for the move on Burgess, they lose both Perico and Peruzzi. They have to wait until they see that driver in second place go for an attack. If, of course, he goes for an attack, Peruzzi might start going defensive earlier on. This is not going to help the situation, and Burgess goes round. Zane Burgess spins. He tries to rejoin in the path of Ava Lawrence. She just managed to avoid contact, but that is absolute drama for Zane Burgess. And what does that do for his title fight? Because Achilles Peruzzi is still there, but I don't think he's going to have enough points here. For Zane Burgess, he's still going to be okay in the title, but for a chance to stand on that podium in the final is falling away like a stone. And now it puts turmoil on the battle at the front, because now it's only Peruzzi and Perico. The gap's down to 0.4 of a second. It's just a case of who is faster than who.
I was saying a couple of laps ago, Wyn Gottschalk would have been sat there hoping, praying that the drivers ahead would have started to battle it out so that he doesn't have to be nervous for this P2. This is how it unfolded. Sammy goes for a move down the inside, clips the curb, bumps into Zane Burgess. Burgess goes round, regains right in front of Ava Lawrence. Lawrence really quick to avoid that driver there, but Zane Burgess will tumble down the order, and the points that separate him and Gottschalk massively extend. I'm sure Godschalk is sat there P5 now, less nervous, knowing that in this one he just needs to try and finish to hold on to this P2. Out in the front though, look at this one. This is going to light up exactly like what we saw yesterday, exactly like what we saw last year and at previous rounds of this championship. It's Achilles Peruzzi and Nicolo Perico fighting out for that race lead. Out of the final corner they will go, and their gap is non-existent, and Peruzzi knows it. Peruzzi knows it, tries to defend down the inside, and he's got it. Nicolo Perico snatches away that race lead.
Yeah, he had to do that there. Peruzzi went defensive straight away. He didn't wait on that one, and Perico was just like, right, I'm not waiting around. If you're going to start going defensive, I'm going to immediately start attacking. And he has done that into the race lead. But Peruzzi has not dropped off the back. He is still there. And now the drivers behind are starting to close in once more. And immediately you're seeing Win Godschalk stay there to Ilias Sami. Stop defending. Keep going. Look at them ahead of you. They are attacking. And Win Godschalk, he's pleading with Ilias Sami right now. Stop going defensive. Sami's under investigation now for causing a collision as well. That's probably the reason why he's defending here now, because he knows from that incident through the chicane that might something come from that. But now here at the front, Peruzzi is going to have to think about attacking, because Perico is going to start thinking about defending. Onto the last lap. It's a fight. It's a dogfight for the lead. And now Perico is going to have to defend this one for Peruzzi. But any attempt from these drivers will mean that Sami, Godschalk and Lisgnoli will be able to close in the background. It's two groups, but it's a group of two and a group of three. Perico goes defensive into turn 7, down the hill to turn 8. This is where it really starts to heat up. They're all going to the inside. Lisgnoli goes the long way round, but he stays in P5. It's still Perico, Peruzzi, Sami, Godschalk and Lisgnoli. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 with only half a lap to go. Into turn 10, once more, defensive posture from the front rows as Godschalk sends it down the inside of Sami. They make contact. Sami defends it. Lisgnoli goes through past the both of them. But still at the front, it's Perico and Peruzzi fighting for a top spot on the podium. Can it be a first for Achilles Peruzzi in 2025? It's a run to the line, but it's going to go the way of the Italian. He wins in Alphasan, and it's superb. Not only it is a final win of the season, but it's also a title win in 2025. Nicolo Perico, the young Italian, has delivered in the Champions of the Future Academy program. He takes his 6th and final win of the season. What a 2025 campaign it's been for that young man. The Italian national anthem will blare out of the speakers here in Alphasan, not only for a final win, but also for a title in 2025 in the mini category. What a job it's been for that young man. All started back out in Portimao, where he took the 2 final wins there. It was 2 podiums in Valencia for the Italian. He won the 2nd of the finals back out in Jesolo. We didn't even see him race in Slovakia, but then in Elaine, 1 final win there, and here in Alphasan, another final win, tallies him 6 and claims that title in 2025. For the drivers behind, for Win Godschalk, he does secure 2nd in the title fight. For Zane Burgess, he will stand on that podium this afternoon, 3rd in the mini category. But in the final, Perico takes the P1, Peruzzi takes P2, and Francesco Lisgnoli rounds out the top 3. In the mini under 10 as well, it's still going to be a podium for Win Godschalk, Ilias Sami and Lisgnoli as well, as they go 1, 2, 3. But of course, that is all provisional as we see those results come in later on. There, though, the celebrations coming in, and for the young Italian who, when he raced out in Elaine, only came from Italy hours before he went racing on the free practice day on Monday in Elaine. Quite the journey he has had for this season. There is your results, though, for the final. Perico, Peruzzi and Lisgnoli, 1, 2, 3. Ilya Sami takes P4 ahead of Win Gottschalk. Ava Lawrence takes P6 ahead of Josh Bergman. Baptiste Augenstein takes P8 ahead of Tia Palframe. Manuel Kalendi locks out the top 10. Zane Burgess finishes that race in P11. It's not the results he will have wanted, I'm sure, for this last race of the season, but he still comes away with a title trophy, and quite the trophy that is indeed. Then just behind you see Amin Pantole, who takes a P12 in that race. Sofia Rodenko from Atika Mir. Irin Kasarovic finishing in P15 ahead of Alonso Gonzalez. Then it is Lorenzo Zucchetto who locks out the top 17. David Chioff, despite that drama earlier on and his retirement from the second qualifying heat, he gained 8 places in that one to finish in P18 ahead of Liam Nachiwati, unfortunately, who did tumble down to 19th place at the end of that race. Jan Garzielek finishing in P20 ahead of Samar Chopra, Giovanni Desani Jr. in 22nd place, and the rest of the field. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
What a race, what a win, what a championship from Nicolo Perico. Nico, you have really outdone yourself within that race. What a final. You know, we want to hear about that race. We want to hear about the championship as well, because you've won the final and you've taken the championship.
Yeah, really happy. It's like that we want to end the season. I just want to thank my family and Riccardo and Paolo that make this support, and yeah, really thank you to all the guys that support me.
And you said to me yesterday when you were on the podium that last year you couldn't put the trophy above your head. This year, though, reckon you can manage it?
I will try. Let's see what we can do.
Nico, congratulations. Great to see you on that top step once more. That's our mini 60s. One more final left to go, and it will, of course, be our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, that one more race to go. But before that, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this, because what a final that was for Achilles Peruzzi. That early lead was able to push his way forward quite nicely. Drama in the background, Burgess round at that chicane, and his chance of standing on the podium done and dusted. This right to the very end. The great drive from all the top 3. Perico taking the win in the final. Achilles Peruzzi to the very end, just taking P2 ahead of Francesco Lisgnoli, who rounds out the top 3. An incredible drive from them. But the minis are done now for 2025. We'll have to wait and see them back out in 2026. One more race to go. OKN Senior, the final, 17 laps, 20.5 kilometre race distance. And it all starts with a man who leads the championship standings by quite some way. Marcus Shilkunis and Chiara Batig will go wheel to wheel in this one. It's OKN Senior. It's the final. It's coming up next. Champions of the Future Academy Program. Round 6 here in Alpha San. We'll see one more final race. And that now comes in the form of the OKN Senior category. Drivers aged between 14 and 18 years of age. 34 entries into this weekend. 18 different nationalities being represented from all over the world. This final is where it's all about, and this is where you want to be in the world of racing right now. The karts themselves, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis, exactly the same as the juniors, and the same engine as well, the IAME Reedster 125cc, but unrestricted, meaning 35 brake horsepower than the 27 you see for the junior. Minimum weight, though, is slightly more power, more weight, 150 kg, that is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, you're in a spot of bother with the officials. Tyres, again, the same as what they've been all season long. The Vega XM4s, it's the one dry set per day. And again, they've had to look after these over the course of the qualifying heats. And now, of course, it's very long final, 17 laps for the field on this one. And these tyres, of course, will have been looked after throughout the entirety of the day. But like you say, the sun is starting to set out there in the distance. It's becoming an evening sky here as local time, pushing 4 o'clock in the evening now. And for this race, it is all down to this one here. Again, this one will be slightly delayed. It is due to start at 4 o'clock, but only by 5 or so minutes, I am sure. But there you can see the field priming themselves ready to go for this one. Quite the spectacle we are due to see in this one. But still, the pressure is on for the drivers right now. Not maybe for the man who sits on top of the standings with 696 points, clear by, nearly 200 points from second place, Chiara Batig. But it's still quite close in the background. Only 40 or so points separating Wojciech Woda and Chiara Batig. But we can talk about that a little bit later on, because down on the grid is Nicole Sutherland, so we'll head over to her.
Absolutely, and then Anthony, down here for your last grid walk of the 2025 season. What a race this is going to be for our seniors. Of course, Markus Schilkunis is the big name that we will be watching, because the championship could be won at the end of this, most likely will be, but other drivers will be trying to decide. That P2, Chiara Batig being one of those who is just to my left, speaking with Alan McNish, one of the brains between around the Audi F1 project. Alan, great to have you here. You know, for yourself, you know, former Formula One driver, yeah. You've been in the world of endurance racing as well, champion in many things. But for you, karting is also a part of your journey. What's it like watching this series?
It's fantastic. I think, everybody that started in karting and raced in karting, the heart still is there. It doesn't matter what else they achieve. And certainly from my point of view, coming back and seeing it, and also, to be honest with you, seeing the next generation of drivers coming through, knowing that there's a few people on this grid that you'll see in, Formula One cars at some point in probably the not too distant future is a great exciting part of it as well. But it's the passion, just, a few minutes before the start, everyone's ready to go.
And, watching this final, you said a moment ago, it's going to be exciting. Any particular names that you've got your eye on going into that first corner, going into all of these laps?
Well, I think it's really interesting now, especially in this category, because you've got a very even split in the front row of the grid of male-female. I think we're going to have a bit of excitement there. I'm very sure Chiara will be going for it, but at the same time as well, I think up and down there's a lot of names that we'll be looking out for.
Well, Alan, great to have you here, and thank you very much for your insights. The next guest here this week is Victor Martins, who's just ahead of me, a driver who, again, started in karting, still has a big presence in karting, but is now in the world of Formula Racing. Victor, great to have you here. Your journey started here. Now your journey has brought you to the world of Williams F1, Formula 2 as well, that you've been competing in. But for you, same question as what I asked Alan, what's it like karting, the journey up into the world of Formula?
It's a world that I miss right now, because, it's the moment where you enjoy the most. I think I still have this pure dedication and passion, but of course it's like you don't have this kind of pressure that you probably have in F2 or up the ladder towards F1. So it's the time to enjoy, make everything happen with your team, with your people around, and just give your best.
And talking of making things happen, when you're climbing the ranks up at Formula, what are the key things that you take from karting that really push you forward and really, form you into a strong athlete?
I think what you can see most of the time is just the racecraft, which is the most important in karting that you can bring into Formula cars. Of course, the speed at this level, everyone has the speed. I think the championship is great. Everyone can see that the level is just crazy, and they all have probably the level to get to Formula 4, F3, F2. But definitely the racecraft is the one to watch out, work on it, and definitely some F1 personnel will see it and they will take you after.
Well, Victor, thank you very much and good luck for what comes next for you in your Formula career. That was Victor Martins. Behind me then, we have our army of senior drivers, and we also have some of our senior Discover Your Drive drivers, joined by some of our juniors. Victoria Farfus has just come onto the track as well. They're just lining up for a quick photo. But I want to talk to one of the drivers who's been really strong throughout this year, a driver that's now part of the Red Bull Junior programme, has been consistently quick and is now competing in what will be one of her last races in karting. Chiara, hello. Chiara, this year for you, strong. You've had big wins in the form of being put into the Red Bull Junior programme, but now you're hunting down for an on-track win, a final win. It's possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting P2. We didn't have the best morning now, but yeah, the last karting race, I'm enjoying it. Well, I hopefully will, and do my best. We see where we're at.
So pretty much the last dance for you. After this, I know that you're heading over to Jeddah for the F4 race. You know, we know that we're going to be keeping an eye on you for the future. But Chiara, I want to hear about the specific goals for you. Where is it that you're trying to get?
Well, my goal for sure is to show the speed in F4 now. We went from karting to F4, karting, F4, so it's about adaptation. But yeah, we see. I think next week is just to build the momentum up for next year, which is the goal.
Well, Chiara, last dance and looking forward to how you get on. Good luck. Starting alongside Chiara Batik will be the driver that she's been looking at all year, Markus Schilkunis, the driver who, of course, has been fighting out for the championship, and now it's looking like he has that championship in his hands. He'll be starting on that all-important #1 spot. Behind me, there are the Discover Your Drive drivers being lined up for that photo, which gives us a little bit more time to maybe catch up with somebody else. We'll get involved with Katie Denver, one of the minds behind the programme, the Discover Your Drive karting initiative. Katie, for you this year as the driver development manager, what you've seen from the girls that have competed in this series and have really been some of the drivers to beat as well must be so impressive. They must make you really proud.
Oh, super proud, and it's just so nice to see this format of racing allowing for, you know, the only difference in the kart is the driver, so it's really able to showcase talent, and for us to be able to give these drivers the visibility that they deserve is a fantastic opportunity, and hopefully puts them in good stead for future development in years to come.
And for this championship, of course, every driver in the field is on completely equal machinery. Every senior is on the same OKN engine. They're all on IAMI and they're all sat inside a Kart Republic as well. Some of the goals and the initiative of this championship, does it resonate with those of F1 Academy as well?
Absolutely. I think this series for us absolutely strengthens the talent pipeline. It maybe highlights talent that previously could have been overlooked, and being able to compete on a level playing field, it just really strengthens our mission to nurture talent, and hopefully we'll see some of these drivers in F1 Academy in the future.
And some of those drivers, of course, have already been announced to be part of some of the F1 Young Junior development programmes, Chiara being one of those with Red Bull, and Ella Häkkinen has just freshly been announced with McLaren. That for you, you know, seeing that these girls are already being picked up, they're already being seen as well, what's it like to watch?
I mean, it's amazing because we know that these drivers have the talent, so to be recognised by such prestigious, incredible programmes just really reinforces what we're trying to do, and for them it opens up further opportunities to continue to develop for years to come.
Well, Katie, thank you very much, and I know that you'll be watching on with great pride for this race. Let's go down the grid then. Of course, we mentioned Chiara Batik and Markus Schilkunis, and then shortly behind we have Dan Alleman with Zach Green. You're row 2 of this field, both drivers who have not joined us this year for a championship round. They have entered into the final event as sort of wildcard entrants. They've not got championship points to lose. They really can go into this one, give it everything, show those risky, more ambitious overtakes, because they're not thinking of a longer game. Dan, yesterday, great day of racing for you. It was pole and quali, going into this one, second row for the final. Any game plan involved in this one?
Yeah, pass both of the leaders and then try to make a gap and win.
And talking of passing both of those leaders, we've seen really aggressive race starts from you. You really know how to get the sweep into that first corner. But talk us through it, Dan. You know, approaching the gantry, approaching those lights. What actually goes through your head as a driver?
I think to lose at least the position, even trying to win some. I know starting from outside is very difficult because also here is two right, so...
Well, Dan, thank you very much. We'll see how this one plays out for you. The other driver that we did mention, of course, there in the background is Zach Green. Zach Green, like Dan, you know, nothing to lose within this race. A driver who last week on Thursday looked at the live stream and said, that looks like fun, I'm going to go and have a go. And on the Saturday was on the plane on the way over here. Zach, just one quick question, because we haven't managed to catch up with you this week. Not seeing you in the grid, you know, I've heard that it was a bit of a last-minute decision, but what's the racing pin like?
Yeah, I mean, when we first got here, it's all completely different. I've never driven the track, the tyres or the engine, so for us as like a driver and mechanic, it's been quite difficult, but we've been working hard to like improve throughout the week, and gradually we just got more and more forward up the grid. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this final.
Well, I think we all are, Zach. Thank you very much. One last race. Then for the 2025 season, it will be OKN Senior, and we're going to head back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, this is going to be the last battle of the season, and it starts with Marcus Shilkunis and Chiara Batig on that front row of the grid. The title may be secured already, but still, the action to stand on that top step of the podium is upon us. Zach Green, who, as just mentioned, has just said he's been working all the way throughout this week so far, is going to be starting this one in his best starting position for a final so far this week. He'll be starting alongside Dan Alaman. Sarnamat Soy, who stood on the podium for the first time yesterday, starts alongside Oscar Gallin on row number 3. They'll have Vanessa Shilkanaita and Ella Hakkinen on row number 4. Marlon Bayer and Radek Vavra go from row number 5. There we'll see the likes of Ryan Koreshi and Klara Kowalczyk on row number 6. Dinia Islamov and Elias Laman go from row number 7. They'll see the likes of Gianna Pascal and Emilia Vishaminska on row number 8. Tatiana Alexieva and Bruno Guidobadoli, on go from row number 9. They'll see the likes of Wojciech Voda and Pietro Kamalengo on row number 10. Row 11 sees Dylan Patel and Shrivan Mohan. They've had a tough one this week, but keep a close eye on them as they push from the 11th row of the grid. They'll have Simon Hollander and Omar Jorge starting on row number 12. Ayan Mawar and Timofey Sevastynov go from row number 13. They'll see Igor Tiganov, who had a bit of a spill earlier on. Can he recover back from the 14th row of the grid? With Gabby Texera starting alongside, who's had a multiple DNF so far this weekend. She is hoping for a good result in this one. Magana Lucia is looking for his first total points. Can he get them in this final? He starts alongside Casper Reipold, Benjamin Borg and Carolina Redondo. They may have tangled earlier on, but can they fight in this race? They start from row 16. Anastasia Gerasis and Max Lacroix round out the rest of the field. The championship and the title standings are there on your screen. Marcus Shilkunis, 696 points, cannot be caught. Chiara Batig and Wojciech Voda, it's on a long shot, but it could be possible. Can they change places in P2 or P3? Oscar Gallin and Ella Hakkinen, that's certainly a close one. Could we see a change for P4 and 5 in the standings? And same for Klara Kowalczyk and Marlon Bayer. Casper Reipold, he promoted himself up into this one. He currently sits 8th in those points. Guido Badoli and Sarnamat Soy now rounding out the top 10. Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. Nicole, last race of the season. I'm looking forward to it. What do you think?
Oh, I'm really upset that it's the last race. I actually am. You know, this has been a great championship. It's been a great fight in our minis, juniors and our seniors. One last dance left to go. These drivers then off that start-finish line will formation lap complete. They will go out, form those tyres up and get racing one more time. Does look like somebody in the background did struggle to get going there, but they have sprung into life.
Ayan Mawar, who struggled to get going there, but he's got going now. Here's a look at previous race winners from this season. It has been Marcus Shilkunis who has dominated so far this season and, of course, has come away already with that title, but he'll be crowned their title winner at the end of this race. He dominated Portimao, he dominated Valencia, Jezelo, he saw his first chink in the armoury. Wojciech Woda and Jakub Mikulev taking the wins there in northern Italy. We then headed to Slovakia. Markus Šilkunas back on top, but this time we saw Oscar Galin take the honours in race number 8. Wojciech Woda and Markus Šilkunas had the fight out in a lane, but here now in Alphasan sees Markus Šilkunas back with that first final win yesterday. Can he do the same here? Or can someone take that spot away from him? Could it be Zach Green in his first appearance where he heads off to PFI in the UK to go racing? Could it be Alaman in his first appearance? He's been pretty a sharp thorn in the side for many of the drivers this week. Can he do that from the second row of the grid? Could Chiara Batigue come away with that final win? Could she stand it on that top step of the podium? She hasn't stood there yet. Her best result was second back in Valencia. Could she see a top step of the podium in this final? Someone who isn't, unfortunately, is that Wojciech Woda. I think it is out of this race. He's not come through. The driver who had the biggest crash we'd seen this season back in a lane, which is why you see those scuffs and marks on his race suit, will not take part in this last race of the season. But for him, the fight is over. For everyone else, though, the spirit's high for the Spirit Racing team as one of their drivers sits on that second row of the grid. It's the last race of the season. It's OKN Senior. The fight for the title is done. But who will take that last final win of 2025? I've not been bet this time, but I'm going to try and break Nicole again. Into the final corners we go. Are we going racing? I honestly don't think we are. I think we're going around again. Is it a false start? It is. I'm glad I held my tongue on that one.
I know what you're going to do, and I'm not going to laugh.
You're already laughing.
I'm already laughing.
There we go. But Nicole, you were down there on that grid. You were chatting away with all of them. Atmosphere felt great. And, you know, these drivers here, I think we're all just looking forward to a great little hack to the end of the season.
We absolutely are. Markus Šilkunas, one of those drivers there on your screen. Out of the 10 finals, 9 podiums, 7 wins. In this championship, he's now become the biggest point scorer there has been. He has outdone the score set in 2024 by your junior champion of James Anagnostiadis. So Marcus has made history. He's got this championship in his hands. Last year, he fell short to Luna Flusha. It was a P2. He was a vice champion. But this year, he's got it. And he's going to be trying to turn that 7 wins into 8. Formation lap then being completed. These drivers halfway through this one. The nerves will be rising. The heart rate will be rising. Who's going to take this one? Marcus has got a good chance, but you said it yourself, Anthony. Green's got the chance. Batigue's got the chance. And Sarah Matsoy as well. She was on the podium yesterday, and she's been incredibly quick.
She certainly has. Here we go then. The field still spread out massively there. They passed the red line. They really need to slow this pace down at the front of the grid if we want to get this race started. The back needs to get a hustle up now for the last race of 2025. Into the tram lines. It is boogity boogity boo. Let's go racing in Champions of the Future Academy program. It's a lightning start at the front of the field, and Markus Šilkunas has held on to the front of it, but it's Zach Green immediately there into second place. The rest of the field now all scramble for position, and Chiara Batigue has slotted there into third place. They're just behind as well. Who's had the brilliant start? Sarah Matsoy of Japan. Is that her there in P4? Or is Vanessa Šilkunaitė who has got up into fourth place? It is. It's the other one of the Discover Your Drive Initiative pilots who is now there inside the top 4, chasing down the leading 3 as they enter into turn 9.
Šilkunaitė said to me this morning she can do this. She thinks that she can get on that podium right now. P4, she's on the charge to try and get it done. Of course, so much time left to go within this race. 17 turns, 1.2 kilometres of really difficult racing. It's physical, it's fast. You don't get a long straight to have a break, to let yourself reset, because you're straight into this point of the turn. Turn number 1, up the hill, round the tight route Tanda, where the drivers are really trying to keep themselves in those karts. Šilkunaitė still P4, but is catching up to Batigue there on your screen, who's trying to chase down Zach Green. Green then 3/10 behind Markus Šilkunas, takes out half-10th. Side by side, that's Gianna Pascal trying to fight off the rest of the field as everybody behind her decides to get involved with each other. We've got involved in that one Sara Matsoi, Vavra, Alexieva, Le Mans, Kowalczyk and Hakkinen as well.
Indeed, they are all there, all fighting at that sharp end, but again, continuing to push forward. Here, though, on your screen, Gianna Pascal still over the rear bumper of Oscar Galin, who took a podium out, of course, back in Slovakia. He also took a podium out in the likes of Alain as well. But can he deliver here in Alpha San? Well, he's got his work cut out for him, but we're only on to lap number 3 of 17. And still the pressure is on. But this is the best that Zach Green has looked so far this weekend. And like he was mentioning there, first time driving on these tyres, of course, the first time driving this circuit, well, not the chassis, he's raced this chassis before, the engine he's not been familiar with. A lot to learn about as, wow, Sara Matsoi down the inside there, squeezes past Dinia Islamov and Radek Vavra, they're slotting through as well. That's them all fighting still for 10th place right now. But that battle still raging on for the field. It's about 8th place all the way down to 18th right now. That's in one big group. Little wide there for the likes of Islamov. Vavra under pressure now from Tatiana Alexieva, who's going to try and look down the inside, and she does go down the inside as she steps up now into 12th place in this fight. The battle still raging on there a little further up the order. Gianna Pascal still trying to get involved with Oscar Galin and Sara Matsoi. There's been a big shake-up, though, in that mid-pack. Magana Lucia tumbling down the order. Same with Carolina Redondo. Big movers going upwards, though, as now Max Leclerc is on a 9-place gain now in this race. Marcus Shilkunas, he is in the lead of this race. He has just set the fastest lap. However, Zach Green and Chiara Batigue are still right there. They're going to need to make a decision now. They are working together. The gap is 0.3 of a second, but the question remains is who is the quicker out of these two drivers right now?
Well, the question can be answered because Chiara Batigue on the timing screen is faster than Zach Green, but they are both lacking pace compared to Marcus Shilkunas. Out in the junior then, Angelina Simmons became the first F1 Academy-backed driver to win a junior final in 2025, and maybe that could be replicated here in the seniors. Another one of the F1 Academy-backed drivers to take a win, to get a win under their belt. It could be Batigue or it could be Shilkinator, because she's not dropping back away from Chiara Batigue then. Dan Alleman actually goes fastest overall, but Alleman has been shuffled into the pack. He's behind Qureshi there, fighting it out for P7, but he just didn't have the race start that you would have expected. There is Vanessa Shilkinator on your screen, and she is being caught now for that P4. All over the back bumper of Shilkinator is Bayer there, who you could see absolutely lick those curbs. Oh, down the inside, trades P4, gets past, and actually pushes Shilkinator back into the hands of the drivers behind, opens the door for Qureshi as well.
Yeah, and Qureshi's going to take advantage of that, sends it down the inside at turn 16, steps up another place now, and that's a 2-4-1 in that third sector. Ryan Qureshi is just one position away from a podium here. However, there's about 2 seconds of real estate between themselves and the trio up ahead, who are all fighting for that position. Vanessa Shilkinator back down the inside, squeezes Bayer out wide, as he now goes wheel to wheel with the likes of Dan Alleman, who nearly gets squeezed off the racing line through the chicane. He takes the inside line out of turn number 7 and down the hill and towards turn 8. And that's Alleman now ahead of Bayer and up into P6.
Your top three then. Marcus Shilkunas is starting to be caught by Zach Green. Zach Green went purple on that previous lap, and Chiara Batigue is using him to try and get up to Shilkunas. Further back then, these battles continuing to go on. Oscar Galin is fighting away with Islamov and Vavra. Galin then getting past a driver that's consistently improved in this championship. His hat-trick of podiums was broken yesterday, and it's not looking likely today, but he has been strong within this championship, and he is fighting away hard there in that mid-pack. And he gets past drivers ahead. There's more down the inside of Gianna Pascal. Gianna Pascal running really wide on top of the hill, allows Vavra through as well. As all whilst that's unfolding, Zach Green continues his charge, goes purple again, and continues to take away chunks from Shilkunas. Down the inside, that's a trade between Alleman and Shilkinator. Alleman starts to pick things back up once more and gets past.
Yeah, you are correct. Green is dropping Batigue right now. The gap is 0.4 of a second. It has gone up just that little bit now, despite the fastest lap. pushing his way through. This is the entirety of that tussle that we've just seen. That's the moment for Marlon Bayer getting squeezed out into the circuit. Quite some way, actually. And Alaman having a very busy moment. And there, cutting the track there through the chicane. Marlon Bayer missed that chicane there. He tried to carry just that bit too much speed there. Will the officials be looking into that one? But yes, at the front here, the gap between Shilkunis and Green is fluctuating, but it's fluctuating in the right way for Zach Green. His first appearance here in the Academy programme. It's taken him all week long to figure out the setup for this kart. He's never driven this sort of karts before and, of course, never driven this track before. And he is going now wheel to wheel with Marcus Shilkunis. The gap once more down to 0.2 of a second. The fight is on still with half a race distance to go.
There's a phrase on the back of Marcus Shilkunis' helmet and it says, "Catch me if you can." He's saying exactly that to Zach Green now out of the turn 17 as Green once more falls away slightly from Marcus Shilkunis. Petit there in P3, I'm sure is starting to get a bit frustrated there. She is falling off the back of these two. As we've got retirement, that is Hollander, Simon Hollander, who will go no further, who will become the second retirement within this race. There he is, your championship leader, your race leader of Marcus Shilkunis, exiting out of the chicane, licking those curbs to really get the run. Has still the pace between Green and Shilkunis, you can see it even by eye, keeps closing in and then extending again, sector by sector.
Certainly is. Don't rule out Chiara Batik, though, at this point.
No.
She is there, third place. She's still got a good buffer between these two. If we do see the fireworks from these two, maybe we will see something. However, I am seeing Shilkunis now start to open that gap once more again between these two. The pace is so neck and neck between these two. It's still holding, though, at 0.2 of a second. It's just waiting for that opportunity to send it down the inside. It's been a long season in 2025, all the way from starting in Portimao. We then headed to Spain at Valencia. Then, of course, headed to Jesolo in northern Italy, just outside the city of Venice. And then we went to Slovakia, to the fabled Slovakia Ring. Then, of course, in Elaine last week. And here now the season ends in Alphasan, spanning over 2 continents. These drivers have been racing, but these two, for the first time this season in the Academy programme, are battling together. Shilkunis and Green, 1 and 2, as they enter now onto lap number 11 of this 17-lap race. You can see there the eyes of Green looking in the distance and trying to hunt down a P1 in this race.
This championship has thrown everything at Marcus Shilkunis. Torrential rain at Portimao, heat and humidity at Jesolo, now dry heat again, this time on another continent here out in the UAE, and he's taken it all. He's taken win after win, purple lap after purple lap, as he's just done there, and he's still hold on to all of these results, and he's running through this race still as that championship leader. Of course, it is confirmed. That was a move down the inside. Is that Madonna? Lucia trying to get past. Lucia trying to fight hard against Carolina Redondo. Out of the sequence of turns, these drivers will go once more. The final corner, running onto that straight back into turn number 1. These drivers do not get a rest at all, and Zach Green not resting on his hunt to try and stalk down, try and get past his prey of Shilkunis. It's still 2.5 tenths, but he's not being shaken off. You know, Shilkunis has not managed to get rid of him at all. He wants this win, and he's showing it there because he's just gone purple again.
Yeah, indeed. There is a look at your virtual standings. Of course, Shilkunis cannot be caught no matter where he finishes here. His lead is far too commanding from the rest of the field. Chiara Batik is still holding on to second in those points. Wojciech Boda still there third. Oscar Gallin and Ella Hakkinen still relatively close out there. But it is still Gallin who holds on to fourth in those points. So again, the title is a bit stale right now for them, but it is all still to play for in this final. Out of that final corner, once again, the looks over the shoulders. Shilkunis and Green waiting for the call from their mechanics. Very wide there from Marlon Bayer at the exit of the turn. Shilkunis might take advantage of that one. down towards turn number 1. As there you can see the chasing packs just behind. Still a lot of drivers in this one pushing forward, and one that I'm going to give you a mention, Casper Reipold, a 15th-place gain in this one, Nicole, is currently sitting in P15.
Casper Reipold has only finished one race this week. He's had DNF after DNF, had to start right at the back for this race. Not where we'd expect to see Casper whatsoever, but 15 positions to his... Oh, there we go. There's the challenge for the race lead. Zach Green down the inside of Marcus Schilkunis. They swap positions. Green holds it, makes himself your race leader, instantly jumps on that defensive line out of turn number 17, will lead this one. It's Zach Green now as your race leader, defends again from Marcus Schilkunis on the entrance towards turn number 1. But Schilkunis down the inside, Green got that one wrong, over defensive, and gives it back to Schilkunis.
Keep an eye on Chiara Batigue now, ladies and gents. She'll be watching this fight unfold and will be thinking, you keep doing what you're doing. The same as well for Dan Alaman just behind. He has consistently set fastest lap after fastest lap as these two again go wheel to wheel at the exit of turn number 8. But there's no change between these two now. Remember, Green did the overtake at turn number 12. Marcus Schilkunis is aware now that he likes to go for that move, and he takes a slightly defensive line through there. That keeps Green right on that rear bumper, and once again it allows Chiara Batigue to close in. This is that final. It's going on to lap number 15. There is still laps to go in this race, but the fight is on, and look at Alaman in the background. Dan Alaman is wanting to get involved in this one, and something tells me this lead fight is far from over.
Chiara Batigue will be looking at Zach Green and Marcus Schilkunis, hoping, praying that they battle it out. And talking of battles, that's Casper Reipold continuing all on his charge. Drivers in the background. We know it's the last race. We know you want to give us a show, but we also want to see these drivers finish. Some of them on the hill of turn number 1, trading some paint out there. These two, Marcus Schilkunis and Zach Green, still glued together out of sector number 2, down the hill into the tight and twisty section sequence of corners where you can't over defend. Oh, Green tries to go for it, does ever so slightly clip Schilkunis. And what does he do? He invites Chiara Batigue into the fight. She's arrived. It was a duo. Now it's a trio battling for this race lead.
Lap 16 of 17. This is the last race of the 2025 campaign. And this is the fight for first place. Marcus Schilkunis, who's looking to claim his 8th different final win, is battling with two drivers who are looking to claim their first of the 2025 campaign. But it's Zach Green in his first appearance all over the rear bumper, as once again as they exit turn number 8 there is no attempt on this lap, but Green has tried it at turn number 12. Green later tried it at turn number 14, but it's not worked out on either one of those turns, and these two have been battling away. But now, all the meanwhile, they've allowed Chiara Batigue to close in. Oh, and they nearly wipe each other off. And Batigue is going to try and go through, but she cannot capitalise on it now. And this is going to go to the very end. Ring that dinner bell, ladies and gentlemen. It's OKN Senior in its finest form here. And it's going to be Green in the lead. Schilkunis sends it down. Chiara Batigue goes through. It's a 2-for-1 out of turn number 2. And the Red Bull Junior driver leads this final. She has not won a final so far this season. And is it going to be another one at the end of the season where an academy driver is going to be crowned a final winner? She's already opened up a 7/10 lead. Alaman's into play now. Dan Alaman's on the podium. He's there in 3rd place. Marcus Schilkunis has been shuffled down to 4th. But look at this fight. Zach Green is looking to be on a podium. But can Alaman take that P2 away? Chiara Batigue is clear, but the fight for second is on. Green's going to defend it. Schilkunis could have a chance here. Chiara Batigue wins, but who gets second? It's Green, it's Alaman, it's Schilkunis. But P1 for the first time in 2025. Chiara Batigue, she had to wait all season long. She got a 3rd in Portimao. She got a 2nd in Valencia. It was a 3rd in Italy in Jesolo, a 3rd in Slovakia, a 3rd in a lane. But finally, in Alpha San, Chiara Batigue will stand on the top step of the podium. She is a final winner in 2025. For Marcus Shilkunas, though, he may not get to stand on the podium, but he will stand on the podium as a title winner. Marcus Shilkunas in 2025 is your Champions of the Future Academy Program Series winner. Lithuania crowns a champion in the form of Marcus Shilkunas, and what a season it has been for that young man. Marcus Shilkunas is your series winner in 2025, but the final podium of the season is gifted to Chiara Batigue, to Zach Green and to Dan Alaman. The title fight sees Marcus Shilkunas title winner, Chiara Batigue second, and Wojciech Woda third. He may not have taken part in that final, a disastrous breakdown for him, but he does stand on the podium for the title. There is Chiara Batigue, and I can imagine that is quite an emotional face underneath that helmet. She's had to wait all season long for this. She has worked tirelessly hard in the Academy program, and now here in Alpha San, the young lady from Switzerland will take that final win. There, Manny Nubolini comes over to congratulate. But there it is, Chiara Batigue, Zach Green and Dan Alaman on the podium. Two Swiss drivers, and of course from the United Kingdom, Zach Green there, who will take a podium here and will head off back to the UK to go racing this weekend as well. But certainly a very busy one for him. The rest of the results there, Marcus Shilkunas down to 4th place in that one. Still an incredible result ahead of Ryan Qureshi. Marlon Bayer from Sana Matsoy, the top 7. Vanessa Shilkaneta finishes that one in P8 ahead of Oscar Gallen. Klara Kowalczyk locks out the top 10 ahead of Dilia Islamov. Kasper Reipold from Ella Hakkinen. Gianna Pascal finishes that one in P14 ahead of Radek Vabra and Elias Laman. Tatiana Alexieva takes 17th ahead of Guida Badoli. Dylan Patel takes 19th ahead of Amelia Vishamirska. Igor Tiganov takes 21st ahead of Timofey Sabatanov there in 22nd. Gary Teixeira finishing in 23rd ahead of Max Lequas. 10 places gained to finish in P24. Pietro Camalengo finishes in 25th ahead of Magana Lucia. Benjamin Ward from Shivan Mohan. Omar Jorge from Ayanmawa. Carolina Redondo from Anastasia Gerasis in 32nd place. Quite the race that was. Here was a fraction of some of those highlights. Quite a few of them came right at the end of that race, I will say, but it was quite the fight for the majority of the field in that one. There were battles happening thick and fast all the way throughout that one. That was Tatiana Alexieva fighting away in that early stage. You can see how everyone was trying to push through. Klara Kowalczyk gaining the 2 places to finish up in that top 10. This moment here, the double check over the shoulder to think, uh-oh, Chiara Batigue has closed in. And not only did she close in, but she was able to get up into the race lead. This was the first attempt from Green to try and get through. That put Chiara Batigue in a really strong spot. Then at turn 1, watch this here. She goes to the outside, then to the inside. Talk about reading the road. Right place at the right time. And Chiara Batigue was able to just slice her way through past the both of them. Alaman then got tangled up in that result. But across the line, Chiara Batigue would take her first final win of the season. She's waited so long for that. But the Red Bull Junior driver can finally claim it here in Alpha San. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme, because I can only imagine she's with quite an emotional young driver.
Yeah, I would agree there, Anthony. Chiara, you've just done it for yourself, Red Bull for the Discover Your Drive program. You know, this season, your last season in karting, and what a way to finish off your last race with a final win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy, I think. You can see it on my smile. Going into the race, I didn't think we'll get the win because the speed was mid. But yeah, now I got a bit of help from the two in front. But yeah, incredible. I'm very happy to end my karting season like that, or even career.
And, you know, the help that you just said that you had from the front, Shulkunis and Green really battling it out. When they were battling and you were actually a little bit further behind, what was going through your head? Because we can only expect that you were getting quite excited. Was that the case?
Yeah, I was getting a bit excited. I saw them, they were banging wheels and everything. So I was like, I just have to wait. At the middle of the race, I think there were some people in the back of me. So I was like looking back and I saw I have a gap. So I was free to go. But yeah, incredible.
And Chiara, karting now done and dusted for you, but you move on to Formula 4, you go on to Jeddah in just a couple of days' time to go and try and conquer that one as well. Wins in karting, wins in F4 most likely?
Well, it's our rookie season, so I think we have to be patient. But yeah, we have to get into the car back as we did in our karting. But yeah, we'll see.
Chiara, congratulations. We will see you on that podium. Well done. That is Chiara Batigue, then your last winner of today's final, which was, of course, spectacular. That concludes then your 2025 season. For one final time, Anthony Jordan in the commentary box. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, 2025 has come to an end, and there is your driver standings for the senior category. For Marcus Shulkunis, he is crowned series winner in 2025, 696 points to his name. He will be able to stand on that top step holding that magnificent trophy. Chiara Batigue will take second, Wojciech Woda third on that podium. Keep an eye for that one. But it was very close in the background as well for Oscar Gallin. He just managed to hold on to P4 ahead of Ella Hakkinen. Klara Kowalczyk finishing the series in P6 out of Marlon Bayer. Kasper Reinpold from Sana Matsuoy was able to get up to 9th place at the end of that one, just grabbing points ahead of Guido Badoli, who rounded out the top 10. Well, as we mentioned, 2025 for the Champions of the Future Academy program is done and dusted. But don't fear, because it's already been announced as well. The UK series coming to the United Kingdom, and only last night it was announced as well on social media, the USA series as well. Champions of the Future Academy program, trust me, is heading to a town close to you, so make sure you stay tuned from it. But from us here, from Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we'll say goodbye for now, but don't go anywhere. We'll see you on that podium in a few moments' time. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready for the podium presentations. And as always, we will start with the final results, and then we will move over to the championship results after all of the finals are completed. And as always, we will start with the Mini 60 category, with the Mini Under 10 class. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing in 3rd place in the Mini Under 10, 6th overall after gaining 12 places in the final. Give it up for the USA's Josh Bergman. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing in 2nd place with a 1-place gain, finishing in 4th place overall for the Mini Under 10s. It's Wyn Gottschalk. And your race winner in the Mini 60 Under 10 category, finishing 3rd overall. Please give it up for the UAE's Francesco Lisgnoli. Well, I bring it into their racing for the Mini 60 Under 10. We'd now like to welcome Gwen Legrue from the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Junior Program to present the winners' medals. And firstly, heading to 3rd place, Josh Bergman. The 2nd place medal heading to Wyn Gottschalk. And the winner's medal heading to Francesco Lisgnoli. Well, a fabulous end. Gwen, if you'd like to join them on the podium there for a quick photo op, and then we'll get the top 3 with those medals on. Perfect. So drive us nice big smiles, and we'll all get you on the top step of the podium. Perfect stuff there for your Mini 60 Under 10. A great race for them and a great season it has been for these young drivers who end their 2025 campaign on the top spot of the podium. Big round of applause for your Mini 60 Under 10s. Thank you very much, guys. There we go. Great way to end your season here in Alphasan. We will now step over to the main category for Mini 60. And firstly, starting with 3rd place. He may have won the Mini Under 10s, but he stands on the podium in Mini 60 in 3rd place. It's Francesco Lisgnoli. In 2nd position, matching his best results of the season from yesterday, finishing just 0.8 of a second behind, or 0.08 behind. Please welcome Achilles Peruzzi. A fabulous end for Achilles Peruzzi there. The Emirati finishing just, like I say, 0.08 of a second behind. And then finally, your race winner for the Champion of the Future Academy program in Mini 60 here in Alphasan for Italy, it's Nicolo Parrico. We will now listen to the national anthem of Italy. Big round of applause for your finalists in Mini 60. We'd now like to welcome back onto the podium Gwen LeGroux from Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Junior Program to present the winner's trophy, heading to third place, Francesco Lisnoni. The second place trophy, heading to Achilles Peruzzi. And your final winner for round 6 here in Alphasan, it's Nicolo Perico. Well, a fabulous end for Mini 60. Gwen, again, if you want to join them on that podium. Drivers, lift those trophies above your head as high as you can for me, please. Nice big smiles. There we go as the season comes to an end here in Alphasan. And then we'll get you all on the top step of the podium as well. So, drivers, if you want to jump up. So, Achilles and Francesco, yep, all join Gwen there on that top step. Congratulations to their racing here. And, of course, to a season as well. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60. Well, thank you very much, guys. And we'll step over to the OKN Junior final next. And we will start with third position after a very busy run in the final, but finishing just 3 seconds behind the rest of the field. Please welcome to third place, representing Switzerland, it's Albert Tam. In second position, please welcome onto the podium, representing the United Arab Emirates, it's Leonidas Peruzzi. And your race winner for the first time in 2025 in the Champions of the Future Academy program in OKN Junior. Give it up for Spain's Angelina Simmons. We will now listen to the national anthem of Spain. Big round of applause for your finalists in OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Alan McNish from the Audi F1 project to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Albert Tam. The second place trophy heading to Leonidas Peruzzi. And the winner's trophy heading to Spain's Angelina Simmons. Well, a big congratulations to the top three. Alan, if you'd like to join them on the podium for a quick photo. There we go. Nice big smiles. Drivers, for the last time this season, lift those trophies above your head. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. There we go. We'll get a group photo as well with you. But fantastic end to the racing. So lift those trophies high up as you can for you, please. Nice big smiles. There we go. Lift those up, Albert. Perfect stuff. There it is. Lovely stuff. And then one final big group photo with everyone. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please give one final round of applause for your OKN Junior finalists. We will now turn our attention to the OKN Senior Final. And again, this was quite the fight in the very end. But as always, it'll start with third position. Please welcome, after 17 laps, representing Switzerland in his first appearance in the Academy program, give it up for third place, Dan Allemann. Please welcome, finishing in second place in his first appearance in the Academy program for the United Kingdom, it's Zach Green. And after a very busy season of racing with multiple podiums, for the first time standing on the top step here in Alphasan in the OKN Senior class, it's Chiara Batti. We will now listen to the national anthem of Switzerland. Please give it up for your finalists in OKN Senior. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Matara Shebinjava Al-Sawaidi, the CEO of Alphasan, to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third place, Dan Allemann. For Dan finishing 1.7 seconds behind the race leader at the end. The second place trophy heading to Zach Green. Also for Zach, a very close final, finishing 1.5 seconds behind the race leader at the end. And finally, your winner's trophy for the first time in 2025 for the Champions of the Future Academy program, it heads to Chiara Batti. Well, a big congratulations to them, and if you'd like to join them on the podium for a quick photo op, thank you very much for that one. Drivers, please lift those trophies above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of a very busy day of racing here in Alphasan. And then finally, if we get you all jump up on the top step of the podium for one final group photo, as we say goodbye to the senior category here in Alphasan, of course, for the 2025 season. Well, drivers, nice big smiles. And ladies and gentlemen, please, one final round of applause for OKN Senior. Well, thank you very much, guys. A brilliant job for yourselves over the course of this season. And, of course, that now brings us over to the championship results and the season results as well for the Champions of the Future Academy program. And we will start with Mini 60. In third position, after a tantalizingly close season, 2 final wins over the course of it with 471 points, representing the United States of America. Give it up for Zane Burgess. In second position, also representing the USA with 520 points and 3 final wins over the season, it's Wyn Gottschalk. And for 2025, for the Champions of the Future Academy program in Mini 60, with a staggering set of final wins over the season, with a double final win in Alphasan for Italy, it's Nicolo Perico. We will now listen to the national anthem of Italy. Big round of applause for your Mini 60 champions at the end of the 2025 season. And once again, please welcome Gwen LeGroux from Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Junior Program to present the third place trophy heading to Zane Burgess. The second place trophy heading to Win Gottschalk. Oh, do be careful with these trophies, guys. They are very, very heavy. There we go. Win, don't drop that. And then finally, your 2025 series winner in the Champs of the Future Academy program, it's Nicolo Perico. He's got some strength in those arms still yet after a tough week of racing. Well, drivers, you've already done it, to be fair. If you can lift those trophies up, I know they're mighty, mighty heavy, but maybe we just go for the group photo. So if you all jump up on that top step of the podium, there we go. Yeah, Zane, you jump up as well. Steady up your way up. Perfect stuff. Bring those trophies down. There we go. What an end to a season in 2025 for Mini 60 that sees Italy and America standing on the podiums. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for Mini 60. Well, once again, drivers, do be careful with those. If you need a hand with the helmets, anyone can come up and assist the drivers if they want. Oh, yes, we need to just grab a quick word, actually, with Nicolo, who has disappeared into the crowd already. Nicolo, if you can, just very quickly, come on back, and we'll have a quick chat with you. Come on. Camera's over there, so you're going to stand on this side of me. That's a nice big smile on your face, Nicolo, and that is a final win. Yeah, you sit there, I'll sit there. A final win, double of it, 6 final wins over the course of the season. The camera's over there, just FYI. And now a title as well. This is an incredible achievement. Tell us, how have you felt now that it's all done and dusted here in Alphasan?
Really happy. This year has been a fantastic year for us. Yeah, what to say, really happy. Yeah, we won 6 finals. Yeah.
Next year, the plan, what is it?
Oh, next year, OKNJ. Yeah, we don't know the plan yet.
Well, we'll see you in those juniors. Nicolo Perico, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Nicolo Perico. Well, now we'll turn our attention over to the OKN Junior championship standings. And again, very, very close indeed. But it all fell to this final round. So please welcome in third position. She claims one final win of the season, and it happened here in Alphasan for Spain. It's Angelina Simmons. In second place with 435 points. He may not have claimed a final win over the season, but consistency is key for France. It's Mani Nuvolini. And finally, your 2025 series winner in the Champions of the Future Academy program in OKN Junior. Please give it up for the United Arab Emirates, Connor Kalansi. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Big round of applause for your series winner in OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome once again Alan McNish to the Audi F1 project to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Angelina Simmons. The second place trophy heading to United Arab Emirates, to France, sorry, Mani Nuvolini. And your winner's trophy at the end of the Champions of the Future Academy program in the OKN Junior category, heading to Connor Kalansi. Well, Alan, you join those drivers up there on that podium for a quick photo. Drivers, if you can, lift those trophies above your head. And, well, there we go. We'll get you on the top step first then anyway. So nice big group photo. There we go, drivers. Nice big smiles at the end of the 2025 season that sees the title decided by only a handful of points at the very end. But Connor Kalansi taking that lead at the end of the Elaine round. But ladies and gentlemen, please, one final round of applause for OKN Junior. Well, we'll jump on over and have a quick chat with Connor. You cannot disappear just yet. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to stand this side of that lovely trophy. You may need to come a bit closer. My arm's not that long. Connor, what a season it's been, and it all really came your way at the tail end of that season as well. Elaine was really good to you, and here in Alphasan's been pretty decent as well. But tell us, how are you feeling? Fabulous trophy and a title at the end of 2025. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, I feel amazing. It's been a long year. I'm just so happy to get the win.
Yeah. Tell us, what are the plans now for the rest of this season? Is it rest, no more racing? Are you going to go home and enjoy a nice long rest now?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
You could see you on track again. Well, congratulations on a brilliant win, a brilliant season. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Connor Kalansi. Don't drop that, Connor. Very, very heavy indeed. And we will now turn our attention over to the senior category. And again, in the championship, well, very close for third and second at the very end of it, but our winner did drive away at the end of the season. But please welcome, firstly, onto the podium, finishing in third place with 463 points, representing Poland, it's Wojciech Woda! In second position with 547 points, representing Switzerland, it's Chiara Batti. And finally, your final and senior winner in the Champions of the Future Academy program in the OKN senior class. Please give it up for Lithuania's Markus Šilkūnas. What a fabulous end to the season, and we will now listen to the national anthem of Lithuania. Big round of applause for your OKN senior final and title winners. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Matar Rashid bin Jabbar Al Suwaidi, the CEO of Alphasan, to present the title trophies. Firstly, heading to Poland's Wojciech Woda. Wojciech unfortunately not finishing the final here today in Alphasan, but still claiming third overall. The second place trophy heading to Chiara Batti. For Chiara, a very different story here in Alphasan. Her first final win of the 2025 campaign sees her second overall in the title fight. And finally, after a staggering 7 final wins spanning the entirety of the season, the winner's trophy for the Champions of the Future Academy program in 2025 goes to Markus Šilkūnas. Well, an amazing end to the season. And again, if you'd like to join on the podium for a photo, drivers, lift those trophies high up in the air as you can. If you don't need to lift them above your head, if you can't quite do it, that's fine. I know it's been a long week of racing, but a great end to the racing here in Alphasan. And then finally, we'll get you all on the top step of the podium as well for me, drivers. All huddling nice and close after a very tantalizingly busy 2025 season that started all the way in the Algarve in Portimao in Portugal to finishing here in the sunshine in Alphasan in Abu Dhabi. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for your OKN seniors. Well, once again, Markus, don't go anywhere. We've had many chats over the course of this season. I know that trophy's quite heavy. You nearly dropped it there. Markus, well, what can we say? 2025, it's not just one final win, it's not two, it's a staggering 7. That is an incredible achievement, an incredible record, and it all started in Portimao in the Algarve. We end it here now in Alphasan. And tell us, what has that journey been like for you this year?
Yeah, actually it was a really amazing year, and I'm really happy with the overall first place. So, yeah, it was really amazing here.
Indeed, not only are you obviously doing a great job in karting, but you're starting to dip your toes into the world of Formula racing as well. Now, tell us, what are you going to take over from this over to there, if anything, apart from a trophy?
I will do a 4 next year, probably. So we see how it goes, and I hope it will go well.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Congratulations. Well done, Marcus, and we'll see you in 2026. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Marcus Shilkunas. Well, there it is. That is it. The job is done over the course of the 2025 season for the Champs of the Future Academy program. But we end it here in Alpha-Stan. The series ends now. We will see you back in 2026, of course, when we head to the likes of Macau in the early start of the year. And then, of course, we head to America and to the USA as well. But from everyone here, we will see you in 2026. It's goodbye for now.
Break it down now.